Honorable members, distinguished guests, if we may all assume our seats. Honorable members, distinguished guests, if we may all assume our seats. Good morning, Honorable President, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. I'm honored this morning as the Clerk of Parliament to offer welcoming remarks to the participants of the Pan-African Parliament's workshop that gathers together today to reflect on the theme of the theme of the year of the African Union, which focuses on educating an Africa that is fit for the 21st century. Excellencies and distinguished participants, I wish on behalf of Honorable President Chief Fortune Charumbira to welcome honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, representatives of the host government of the Republic of South Africa, representatives of organs of state from various African countries. I welcome also civil society in all its forms for purposes of this workshop, specifically academia and think tanks that are concerned with issues of education on the African continent, as well as distinguished ladies and gentlemen and all protocol observed. By way of welcoming delegates to this workshop, I wish to make a few remarks before introducing the statements that will be presented today. The background to this workshop has its foundation in the development of Africa's agenda for the Africa that we want. The then chairperson of the African Union Commission, Her Excellency Madame Zuma, was tasked by heads of state to develop this agenda, an ambitious agenda for Africa that was people-driven, prosperous, integrated, and seeks to have an Africa that is at peace with itself. As part of this process, Her Excellency Madame Zuma informed the Executive Council that there was need to carry out a capacity needs assessment of Africa's skills, the skills that would be needed to develop an ambitious agenda for Africa, but also to implement it. And part of the indicators for the implementation of this ambitious agenda for Africa indicated the need to invest in massive technical skills in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as well as revamping the continent's education system at all levels in order to imbue African values and visionary optimism in our youth so that they might find employment. In line with the African Union's desire for all the organs of the Union to align with this theme, the Pan-African Parliament now convenes this workshop on the theme of the year 2024 for the Union. And it is my pleasure, as we open the proceedings, to deliver a statement at the start of these proceedings. The director for the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation of the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, to deliver a statement on behalf of His Excellency Professor Mohamed Belochin, who is the Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Director Madungu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. I want to leave my speak in French. Yeah, honorable. Thank you. Excellence.
Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Sharumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, Mrs. Nados Bekele Thomas, the CEO of AU-CIEFFA, Excellency, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, it's an honor for us to take the floor before you on behalf of His Excellency Professor Mohamed Belhossein, the Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation of the African Union, who is unavoidably absent today because of other commitments. First of all, we would like to express his warm greetings to you all, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted for the collective commitment of the Pan-African Parliament that we are witnesses to today. Devoting this day to consider the issues, voting to the plenary, the Parliament has fulfilled its promise for education for all. We hope that the Pan-African Parliament will maintain this laudable initiative. Your Excellency, distinguished participants, our continent is the cradle of humanity and the land of unequaled diversity. Is at the turning point of its history, with a young population, with abundant natural resources, potential of growth and immense prosperity. However, it is also faced with numerous challenges, especially poverty, inequality, and social disparities. The theme of the year 2020 is very relevant and focuses on a new social contract based on educating an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, education has always been the cornerstone for progress and development. Today, while we are at the dawn of a new era, the imperative to educate each African with the skills and knowledge and the necessary adaptability for the 21st century has never been this present. The theme seriously reflects the vision of a continent that is prosperous thanks to the strength of its knowledgeable population that is ready to take up the challenges and opportunities of a world that is ever-changing. These are the aspirations of millions of people through the continent. It is a call for action, an acknowledgement of the fact that education is not only a tool, but a cornerstone for progress. Ladies and gentlemen, like the late President Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Indeed, the statement made by late President Madima summarizes the power to change and the training of an individual capable of building progress and taking up the challenges of an ever-changing world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the call to educate an African worthy to be fit for the 21st century is a call for innovation, inclusiveness, and resilience of our educational systems. It underscores not only the importance of having access to education, but as well the need for us a learning cycle throughout life that's of quality and very relevant. It's not only a means of achieving an end, but it's a process that lasts throughout life that encourages growth and continuous aptitude. Ladies and gentlemen, the quality and relevance are the two pillars of our educational aspirations. Our commitment is not only education for education itself, but for education that provides knowledge and gives birth to competent individuals to prosper in the 21st century. It's about preparing Africans not only to participate in the global activities, but to be able to lead and manage. Building resilient educational systems require constant efforts of states, educators, communities, and all stakeholders. This requires that we remove barriers to access, that we embrace the diversity of learning skills, and that we ensure that the methodology to monitor the dynamic requirements of the modern world evolve. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the objectives of the theme includes the reforms of the teaching profession, thanks to complementary development programs, the increase of investments in the system and fundamental learning, the capacity building of teachers in history and African governance, the strengthening of technical and professional and vocational teaching, as well as higher education. The theme seeks to increase the digital solutions to create sound learning environment and to guarantee equal access to education for the various groups, to improve data management and synergy, and to establish multi-sectoral partnerships. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, funding is also a key priority for an increase in investments in education to guarantee success throughout life. These efforts are aligned with the Continental Strategy for Education for All, the objectives of SDG 4, and Agenda 2023 of the African Union, showing a commitment towards positive change and sustainable change in education systems throughout the continent. By basing on these various objectives, African Union intends to usher sustainable change by empowering individuals and communities and by contributing significantly to the educational objectives that is described in CESA, SDG 4 and Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the budget is one of the most important tools to implement educational policies. It is also one of the major constraints in making choices and implementing good policies. Against this backdrop, if the share of public expenditure has increased in Africa, the share of total public expenditure has not increased in the same light. As regards research and development, based on the Africa Innovation Report, Outlook 2019, published by AU-CIEFFA Nepal, on 20 countries on which data is available, only 3, accounting for about 15%, have devote public expenditure to research, accounting for 0.20 and 0.30 of the public investment budget, which is well below the general recommendation of 1% of the public investment budget. The increase in investment in education in general and higher education in particular implies or involves national actions, continental actions, and global actions. To conclude, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to specify that the way ahead could be long and complex, but the counterpart cannot be measured. By educating an African fit for the 21st century, we are training not only individuals, but also architects of our collective future. Our commitment to provide each African with a tool that would enable them not only to follow, but to empower themselves in this ever-changing era should be promoted. Thanks to education, we provide individuals the means to contribute significantly to their communities, to their nations, to the world at large. Let the theme of this year guide our actions, our policies, and our initiatives. Together, we should be able to promote an educational system that is resilient, that is for the well-being of future generations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Your Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, it is my pleasure at this point of the proceedings to invite His Excellency Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver his opening remarks and also declare this seminar open.
Good morning, honorable members, our experts, brothers and sisters. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, you don't look very motivated. There is something wrong. Maybe we should break for tea. Yeah, there's something missing. But anyway, thank you very much for being here. Honorable Vice President, Dr. Gayo, honorable members of Parliament, our experts, Madam Clerk, staff, and the rest of our dignitaries, but I should mention Professor Commissioner Mohammed, Professor Mohammed, Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology and Innovation, ASTI, the Commission represented here, Chairman of the Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism and Human Resources, Honorable Kodio Koko Betin. I see the CEO of Auda Nepad, Dr. Bekele, hasn't arrived, but she may join us. It is indeed a great pleasure this morning to meet for the whole day on the important topic of education. We are in this room conducting business in various languages because we are educated. If we had never gone to school, it would have been impossible for us to meet in this fashion and conduct business. So we are discussing or debating today a very critical topic. It reminds me of two things. The missionaries, I don't know in other countries, I'm referring to the Anglophone, but I think even in Francophone, you had what we call missionaries, who arrived in Africa, I think from the 16th, 17th century. Of course, that was a precursor to colonialism. The missionaries arrived and they wanted to teach the word of God to us, the Africans. And what they did was to set up schools. So we have what we call missionary schools like in our country, from various churches, Catholic, Dutch Reformed, Seventh-day, Lutheran, the list goes. And through those institutions of learning, they also made us read the Bible. And they also became pastors, bishops, and spread the word of God. So education was a critical element for them to be able to penetrate us. It also reminds me one writer called Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who wrote a number of books, novels, and one of it is The River Between. And in that book, we find characters like Joshua and his wife Miriam. Joshua was converted to Christianity because schools had been established. He went to school. The more educated he became, the more also he understood the Bible. And since then, others then followed, as we know, and they started even colonizing us, and even displaced our own values and cultures. And the story goes. So I want to say this topic is very, very important, the theme of the year. And we'll keep repeating the theme because we are gathered for that business today. The theme, which is educate an African fit for the 21st century, building a resilient education system for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. Honorable members, our experts, let me start by sharing some information in the 2022 UNESCO report on education in Africa. What the first one says, the overall proportion of out-of-school children decreased until around 2010. So up to 2010, the proportion of children out of school at least decreased on the continent of Africa, which is a plus. It's a good thing. And then they say the completion rates improved. That is, school completion rates improved in primary and lower secondary education, as well as the access to and the participation in technical, vocational, education and training. The report also states that there was a noticeable progress in the access to pre-primary education and in adult literacy education. And then it says, with regards to school feeding, in low-income countries have doubled their national budget expenditures from 17% to 33% between 2013 and 2020. It goes further to say in low and middle income countries, national budgets now account for 88% of school meals financing, up from 55% in 2023. So while these strides are commendable, so this information is good, it shows that as Africa, we are doing better. So we commend our governments for doing that. But the report then says, it is said to note that in the 21st century, Africa still faces most significant challenges globally in the education sector. Some of the gains that Africa had made were reversed by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in unenviable statistics as follows. Although the out-of-school rate, which is the proportion of children and young people in the official age range for the given level of education, who are not enrolled in either in pre-primary, primary, secondary, or higher levels of education. That's what we call out-of-school rate. That level that is improved, but the absolute numbers, whilst the rate has gone down, but the absolute numbers of people out of school has risen and reached an alarming global estimate of 98 million in Africa. The learning poverty rate, which is the share of children who cannot read a simple text with comprehension by the age of 10 years. And I'll repeat that. The learning poverty rate, which means the share of children who cannot read a simple text with comprehension by the age of 10. That rate was the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. Before COVID pandemic, it was at 86%. Now, realistically, this rate is likely to have worsened after the pandemic, that's a COVID pandemic, and is now estimated around 90%. This means 9 out of 10 children cannot read a simple text with comprehension by age of 10. Of course, standing here, this is not true for Zimbabwe. I was looking to this and saying, no, for my country, this is not true. But we are taking an average across the continent. So it could be true for the continent. So the report, the UNESCO report goes further and says, Africa will need 17 million additional teachers to achieve universal primary and secondary education by 2030. So this situation is unfortunate, as the benefits that Africa can realize by investing in a robust and inclusive education sector, particularly that aligns with market and social needs, cannot be overemphasized. Even in the context of competing crises, we acknowledge that on the continent, we have problems like inflation, energy, food security, and climate change. the issue of education crisis should receive utmost education. And therefore, Pan-African Parliament should stand on its feet to ensure that we achieve more progress in the area of education. So we convene today to share, to debate, share views on how, on what, and why we should act on the issue of education. Education is considered a universal human right, as well as an issue of public good and responsibility. Sadly, as demonstrated by the out-of-school statistics, the reality is that there are still many children on the continent that do not enjoy this right. As there are inequalities and it's evident that the existing educational systems based on region, gender, and economic status are not delivering to all our citizens. This obviously means that securing the necessary resources to reform our education system is not negotiable. And the PAP comes in handily. This theme, whilst it's a AU theme, ultimately becomes a PAP theme. If we look at the protocol and we look at what the rules or functions of PAP are, and I think I can even read. I think it's good that we see that what we are doing is actually our mandate. There are many functions for Pan-African Parliament, but under Rule 4, and it's also in the protocol actually, it says PAP should participate in creating awareness among the peoples of Africa, one, on the objectives, policies, aims, and programs of the African Union. So the theme is a program of the African Union, is a policy of the African Union, and the PAP is mandated to create awareness in terms of the protocol and the rules I'm reading. So when people tomorrow say, what is PAP doing? We should be able to say, we went around the continent, we convened in Midrand and elsewhere to make sure that everybody is aware of the theme of their education, and that we made recommendations to the AU. So the chairperson of the Committee on Education, we will all look up to you as a committee. I know you are Dr. Bettine. Dr. Bettine, going forward, by the time we meet again for the committees, and we're sitting of committees and we meet for the plenary, we expect your committee to have done a lot of work on this theme across the continent. I know you say we don't have resources. I know the Finance Committee chairperson will talk about something, will also make a contribution on this topic and even tell us how much we have. But we should strive to ensure that we get the resources so that everybody sees that PAP is performing its functions. Let's make sure the continent is aware of this theme. And they also make an input, not only inputs from workshops, but there are people that cannot attend any workshop, and they are the majority. Your committee has to access those communities and hear them hear what they are saying. I need to remind you that as the quasi-legislative arm of the African Union, that's the Pan-African Parliament, is the quasi-legislative arm of the Union. The Pan-African Parliament plays a very important role in ensuring that policies and treaties of the African Union are translated into national legislations and enforced by member states in terms of Article 3(1) of the PAP Protocol. So Article 3(1) of the PAP Protocol enjoins us as PAP to ensure that policies and the treaties of the African Union are translated into national legislation and enforced by member states. What it means, Dr. Bettin, is that after we have resolved and made recommendations, your committee should give us at least a page or 2 pages that each delegation, each parliamentary delegation of PAP, takes back among other topics or subjects that we discuss along the way until next week. Your committee should give us at least 2 or 3 pages to the report that each delegation will then present in their national parliament. Tell them in national parliaments that we had a debate on the theme on education, AU theme this year. And this is what the debate was of this nature. And this is how our recommendations and resolutions were couched. And then let the national parliaments also make an input into the PAP recommendations. And when you come back next session, you report back, each delegation should report back and say, in the debate in our national parliament, went in this direction. Also, added or subtracted, I don't know. And then we make a comprehensive report, a PAP report, which now includes PAP and our national parliament, and even the regional parliaments, ECOWAS Parliament, IALA, SADC, and others. One report in which we mention that as a continental parliament, we debated, we went to the regions, we went to the national parliaments, and overall, these are the views. And we present that to the AU Assembly of Heads of State by February next year. And if we work like that, people will see our relevance. So without taking too much of your time, I'm saying we need equitable, inclusive education, well-funded. And I know it will come out from you in a much deeper way. Is this education that you are talking about really relevant to us as Africa, to your own country, relevant to the first century? And I know you have a lot of information on that. But ultimately, although we have so many professors, some beyond the professors, and they understand when someone gets very educated and they are already professors, they are again called MIST as a sign, post-professorialship. But why is it that when we go to universities or higher institutions of learning, the books that we quote, 60–70% are written by Westerners and less of ourselves as Africans. They are written from a very different context, and we try and apply them on Africa. And because of that, there is a mismatch between the knowledge we bring from outside Africa to try and apply it. Most of it is not even adapted. It is simply applied by letter and the spirit of another country. And in terms of innovation, we lag behind. In terms of production, we lag behind. And our economies suffer because we consume goods and services imported from other countries, because we are unable ourselves to innovate, create goods, produce goods. So this topic is very important. How can we improve our own education system to ensure that when we say self-reliant in terms of brains, rather than relying on the brains of others. On this note, I end my speech and I declare that as I open this seminar, I want to say and quote Malcolm X, who said, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." I declare this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President Charumbira, for delivering your opening remarks and opening this important workshop, and also making a call for action to members of civil society, particularly African experts, and more importantly, the committee, the permanent committee responsible for education within this Pan-African Parliament. Honorable President and honorable members of Parliament and participants, it's now my pleasure to invite Honorable Bertin, who's the chairperson of the Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resources, to approach the podium, or as he pleases, from his seating, to take this workshop through the objectives and the intended outcomes for this day.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Chirumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Vice President Dr. Gayo, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Bureau, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished experts from the African Union, universities, and other institutions, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. In my capacity as the chair of the Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resources, and on behalf of the Bureau of the Committee, and on behalf of all members of the committee, I am taking the floor to present to you the objectives and intended outcomes of today's workshop on the African Union theme, which is Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems for Increased Access to Inclusive, Lifelong, Quality, and Relevant Learning in Africa. Before I get into the detail of today's workshop, I should like to congratulate His Excellency Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, for his leadership and his commitment to strengthen the image of the Pan-African Parliament by making it stronger and for the quality of the work of the various committees with the vision of one Africa, one voice to have a stable and prosperous continent. Honorable members of Parliament, today's workshop on the African Union theme for the year 2024 will enable PAP to promote the theme of the year, as well as creating awareness for the instruments of the African Union concerning education in Africa. The specific objectives and activities are as follows. 1, present or introduce the theme of the African Union for the year to the organs of the Pan-African Parliament. 2, explain the raison d'etre and the raison d'etre of the Pan-African Parliament. 3, the 3 sub-themes to promote the African Union theme for 2024. 4, assess the current state of education in Africa by highlighting disparities and challenges. 5, introduce the instruments, decisions, and other progressive policies of the African Union to ensure resilient education systems in Africa. 6, explain the role of the Education Department, Science, Technology and Innovation as a coordinator of the theme. 7, encourage collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament, the ESTI, and other parties to promote the theme. And 8, improve decision-making using data and analysis. What we call outcomes. We will have at the end of the workshop a detailed report on conclusions and recommendations of the workshop, and also political recommendations that are doable for education in Africa. Also, a work plan for member states to attain the objectives of the 2063 agenda, and also a framework or a commitment with the various stakeholders to ensure collaboration and support. Intended outcomes. The workshop should lead to the following: awareness of parliamentarians on the theme of the African Union for 2024. And the parliamentarians will be made aware of their role as to the African Union theme for 2024. Improvement of access to education in 2024. Responding to the economic and social needs of Africa, supported by parliamentarians. Parliamentarians are enlightened and committed for the implementation of financial systems, ensuring investment in education. Improvement of decision-making using data and analysis. And finally, strengthening collaboration between stakeholders with a unified approach. work methodology for today. The workshop will have presentations and panel discussions led by experts and members of parliament. The activities will be divided into two themes. The first sub-theme is innovative strategy to build inclusive education systems, resilient education systems, using data analysis. The second sub-theme is to promote an inclusive and quality education in Africa. Participants, of course, are the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament present here and the organs of the African Union, as well as universities represented here. The duration, as the program says, is the whole day today. Thank you very much.
We thank the Honorable Chairperson of the Permanent Committee responsible for the theme of this workshop for the delivery of his remarks, but also setting out the objectives and expected outcomes for this workshop. Honorable President, honorable members of the Bureau and members, as well as distinguished participants, this brings the proceedings of the opening to an end. At this point, we will take a break for approximately 20 minutes for purposes of a tea break, but also a group photo, which will take place on the lawn outside this plenary hall. When the meeting resumes, we'll commence with the substantive business that brings participants here today. And the panelists for the first catalytic panel will be introduced at the time. Thank you very much. If we could all return to our seats approximately at, I would say, well, let's just say in 20 minutes' time. Thank you. Tea will be served outside, just outside in the lobby, but we'll begin with the photo, the group photo, which the President invites you to. 11 sharp for all participants to return. Thank you.
Ronnie, others still the same there?
Sasha, There is 3 mics on now. It's 65, 204, and 228. Do you want the directions there?
I can see the one on, but are the crosses still there?
Yeah, there's 3 crosses left.
Okay, thanks, man. No, it's fine. Ronnie, can you please close the software, the synoptic software, the one in front of you, that machine that shows the mics. Just close each window.
Should I close it or open it?
Yeah.
No, Sasha, it's fine now. There's 1 mic that's with a cross.
Okay, I see it's resolved now. It's still that 128. 118 or 218 or
228 is the only one on with the cross.
okay, thanks.
I've just saved, but I don't see them.
Oh, the pictures are nice.
I've saved them. But I was the Let me now take Chad.
Honorable members, distinguished guests, may I ask us all to assume our seats or resume our seats? Distinguished guests, we are about to start our proceedings, and I would invite participants to resume their seats, please. Honorable President, honorable members of the Bureau, and honorable Chairperson of the Permanent Committee responsible for education. At this point, I would like to welcome Honorable Dr. Gayo, who is the second Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament's Bureau, to come forward and introduce the next session, as well as its presenter. Honorable Gayo.
Amen. Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Chirimbura, President of Pan-African Parliament, Excellency, Chairperson of Committee on Education, chairpersons of different committees different committees, members of Pan-African Parliament, Madam Clerk, our staff, good morning. Excellencies, today we are debating on a very serious subject which needs for each citizen, every individual, which knocks everybody's house door. If it is about education, as you know, education is basic for everything. If you take yourself parliamentarians, to be a member of parliament, at least you need to have first degree, second degree, or PhD. Without education, you cannot join parliament. It's not about the team only. It's about our basic life. If we want agriculture, technology, science, everything should be based on education. Without education, nothing can be done, nothing can be achieved. Development can come out only from education. There is no different way. That's why we need to give better education to our kids, to our children. They should inherit from us, not properties, but the best is education. If we equip your child with education, he will have better life. He will transform his own country, own life. Excellencies, in this regard, all members of Pan-African Parliament should sensitize the theme of AU, which is about the educating Africans, skilling Africans for the next, for this 21st century. Excellencies, we have presenters who will take us through. At this point, may I invite Mr. Emmanuel, who is from AU, if I'm right. Yeah, please, you can make your present. May you give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Your Excellency, Dr. Gayo, the President of the Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Can we project? Is it project? Please, may we have the Secretariat project the presentation for ease of following. Secretariat, can you project the presentation so members can follow through as we present the analysis on the AU theme of the year, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, as well as the Parliament's role in advancing this very important agenda. But from the onset, I think it's quite important to say that it is really a great honor and privilege for me to discuss the theme with this august House. The theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems for Increased Access to Inclusive, Lifelong, Quality and Relevant Learning on our very dear continent, Africa. Honorable members, you'd agree that the theme aligns seamlessly with the SDG 4, as well as the overarching AU Agenda 2063, setting the stage for an integrated approach to education and sustainable development of our dear continent. I make this presentation on behalf of the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, and my name is Chigozie Emmanuel Okonkwo. I'm a policy officer at the Education Division. A little bit of a background to where we are and why we are here. In 2022, the Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation met virtually and proposed to the Executive Council, the need for us to focus critically on education. That STC came up with a declaration that was grounded at the same time grounded upon the Transforming Education Summit, specifically the UN Secretary General's vision statement. Many of you would recall, in 2022, the UN General Assembly focused on transforming education. For us at the African Union, we had a high-level side event with over 10 heads of state present at the AU House in New York, where we focused on Africa with regards to transforming education in Africa. That also came up with a number of, with a declaration and a number of commitments, part of which was the call by the heads of state, those 10 heads of state and governments at the high-level side event on Transforming Education Summit in Africa, mandating the Commission to pursue the move towards galvanizing stakeholders on the continent to transform education. And that's why 2024, in the wisdom of our heads of state and government, was dedicated to education with the specific theme, Educate an Africa Fit for the 21st Century. But that was just to give some sort of a background. But I think it is important to state here critically that the emphasis on education and to rebuild resilient education system that provides inclusive lifelong learning opportunities for all Africans reflect the urgent necessity, really, to reform our education systems to meet the demands of the 21st century, ensuring that every African child, youth, and adult has the opportunity to acquire knowledge and skills necessary for professional and personal development. The initiative is indeed deeply rooted in the historical context of our continent's journey towards educational excellence, connecting closely with the SDG, the Continental Education Strategy 1625, and the UN Sustainable Goal 4. The speakers, it's okay. Yeah. It's okay, I'll just go through it. Let me stop sharing. Is it this one? Oh. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that break in transmission there. But to say that the opening session this morning has alluded very carefully to the rationale behind why education is important. The chair, if you recall, mentioned the unit cost of educating an African child, giving an African child quality education. It is in the range of 2,000 USD. Not many of our country could afford, if you benchmark it with the GDP, not many of our country could really afford that quality education to an African child. And that's why it is important to itemize some of our roles and why we think we can be of assistance. At the Commission, we are bent on regalvanizing member states towards these targets, the achievements and targets of the SDG 4 as articulated, the Continental Education Strategy. We are also bent on mobilizing government and partners to rethink education models and skills development in Africa. We are also keen on implementing the declaration from the STC-EST4, the Specialized Technical Committee, fourth meeting, the UN Transforming Education Summit, as well as the high-level side event on transforming education in Africa. More importantly, I think it is important to emphasize the SDG 4 and the CESA 1624 target in all of this conversation. We've struggled at the Commission to advocate for the Continental Education Strategy. Many a times, we pay more emphasis on the global strategy, which is the Sustainable Development Goal, but it is important to mention here that for ourselves, we've developed a Continental Education Strategy and would encourage the utilization of such a strategy because it's our own. We'll be speaking in subsequent slides on the Continental Education Strategy as well as the Continental TVET Strategy for members to encourage the domestication of these strategies, as it were. The theme of the year has highlighted and articulated 10 key strategic objectives. These strategic objectives, in our view, would help us move the needle in transforming education on the continent. The first one is the reformation of the teaching profession on the continent. A significant focus of the agenda is the reformation of the teaching profession. This will be advanced through the organization of Continental Conference. As a matter of fact, we are already having those conferences. Just last month in Lusaka, a Continental Conference on the teaching profession was held in collaboration with UNESCO ICBA, where a proposal for a continental framework for mobility of teachers on the continent was presented. But of course, these are some of the protocols or frameworks we think are important in reforming the teaching profession on the continent. We are going through the relevant AUC policy organs to have those frameworks tabled in the next next meeting of the PRCs and the Executive Council for deliberation. We have also developed, within the conversation on the theme of the year, an AU strategy on mental health and psychological support for teachers in Africa, which we think will play a pivotal role in ensuring that our educators are well supported and equipped to deliver quality education. Another very key objective that we hope to achieve within the framework of the theme of the year is investment in STEM education and foundational learning. Honorable members, you would agree with me on the importance of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. This cannot be overemphasized. The AUC has launched the Spotlight Report on foundational learning, emphasizing the critical role of early childhood education. Regional conferences are planned, especially with ADIA and UNESCO, to address some of these remote and fundamental aspects of education, ensuring a solid foundation for our children's future learning and development. The third key objective is the strengthening of capacity to teach African history. It is essential that our education systems reflect Africa's rich cultural heritage. And our commissioner, Professor Mohamed Beloussine, those who know him would attest to the fact that he is one who takes pride in Africa's history. Just last month, we also launched a symposium on teaching African history, where we had the likes of Professor Moyo. We had the likes of professors from the University of Johannesburg here, speaking to the theme on the pedagogical aspects as well as the value proposition for teaching African history as part of curriculums in African member states. We, at the commissioners, have realized that we need to place strong emphasis on teaching African history at all levels. This will be supported through educational initiatives like the symposium that I mentioned earlier throughout the course of the year. There is one planned for September, ensuring that our youth are well informed and proud of their history. The fourth item, with regards to the theme of the year, the objectives of the theme of the year, is implementation of technical vocational education and training and higher education strategies. In 2015, the AUC developed, in collaboration with its partners, the Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Framework. Till date, that framework has not been adopted. It is important to mention that the AU, especially with regards to higher education, is not bereft of frameworks and strategy, but implementation has always been the issue. With the Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Framework, the issue of transparency, mobility, mutual comparison, what have you, would be addressed easily if we could adopt that Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Framework. But with regards to the theme of the year, we thought it was important to bridge the gap between education and the labor market with regards to TVET. Knowing that it is crucial for sustainable development, we have focused on an initiative called Bridging Innovation and Learning in Technical Vocation and Training by launching the Better Education for Africa RISE project. This was launched in Nigeria just April this year with the Honorable Minister of Education launching in collaboration with the AU and UNESCO. This particular phase of the project is focused on West African countries with Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, benefiting from the funding as provided by Korea with regards to this project, which focuses on innovation and learning in TVET. The initiative, in our view, will ensure that our TVET and higher education systems, in collaboration with the numerous frameworks that we have in the past developed that has not yet been adopted due to so many things that we might not be able to discuss here today if we open up that conversation, but to ensure that a responsive higher education system is put in place to meet the needs of our labor market, fostering innovation and practical skills amongst our youth. Your Excellencies, the promotion of digital I was advised that I have to take off my hat. I'm not sure if I've breached parliamentary protocol. My apologies for that. The fifth objective is on the promotion of digital solution in education. In the digital age, it is important to harness the power of technology as we have the conversation on transforming education to enhance Africa's education system. We have developed and promoted the Continental Digital Education Strategy alongside other digital education tools. We have built capacities of innovators on the continent through the Innovating Education in Africa initiative. We're also raising awareness on campaigns on digital education. We think this is important if we're to reflect on the gains of COVID-19, the challenges of COVID-19 on our education systems, and how responsive, to a large extent, many of our governments were. We can surely say for sure that the gains we've made needs to be sustained. And that is why, through the support of institutions like the European Union, we launched a call in 2024 on education innovations on the continent. The call is still on and would end in June, at the end of July. This is to encourage education innovators with technologies that are able to bridge access, that are able to bridge quality, that are also able to encourage entrepreneurship. The fifth objective with regards to the theme of the year is the promotion of a healthy and conducive learning environment. The AUC has a program called the School Feeding, where we commemorate every March 1st the Africa Day of School Feeding. This year in Bujumbura, March 1st, we commemorated the Africa Day of School Feeding, and we are positive that across all member states, member states are able to commemorate March 1st, promoting homegrown school feeding. There is a whole conversation on the value chain around school feeding, how that also helps the agricultural sector. But this is a critical element of our objective, promoting a healthy and conducive learning environment for our kids in school. The seventh objective is the enhancement and protection of the rights of marginalized groups within the education ecosystem. We need to ensure that no one is left behind in all of those conversations. And for the very first time, we are hosting the first Pan-African Conference on Girls' Education in Africa, taking place 2nd to 5th July in Addis Ababa at the AU-CIEFFA headquarters. It is also important to note that the 43rd ordinary session of the African Committee on Experts and on the Rights and Welfare of Child and had focused, due to the theme of the year, on promoting the rights of marginalized people on the continent. The eighth objective with regards to the theme of the year is the enhancement of education management and information systems on the continent, labor market data collections, analysis and its usage. Through the African Union Institute of Pan-African Development, as well as the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, we are curating data from early childhood to higher education to better inform decision-making. This fit is specifically to address the issues around data mismatch, relevance of data, and the source of data. We think it is important for us as the AUC to start playing a role in some of the data that come out of, that focuses on the African continent. You'd recall that even the President of Parliament had some issues when he was saying 9 out of 10 African child from the age 2 to 10 are unable to read or write, comprehend basic words of, the question would be, in what language are you measuring, right? Would a child in Lagos, in Ogun State, Nigeria, who is able to articulate numerical skills, numeracy, and literacy in his mother language fall into that category? So those are some of the conversations we want to use this theme of the year to also address. The 9th key objective with regards to the theme of the year is the establishment and strengthening of multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnership for education. And this is one very key element of the theme itself, galvanizing multi-stakeholder approach towards resource mobilization, documenting best practices, and what you may. Collaboration is key here. We have engaged within the framework of the Global Education Cooperation Mechanism, the G7 Education Working Group. Just last year, the AU joined the G20. So we're playing active role in advocacy, in promotion of best practices that we have an advantage over others. We have galvanized partner organizations, partner institutions to commit resources to education on the continent. A very good example would be that in February of this year, Canada committed 10 million Canadian dollars to support education systems at the AUC level. This is not to mention the other ones that are being committed on a bilateral, at bilateral level with member states directly, right? Korea is on board with some of these resource mobilization drives. We have EU, Germany, all tuning in to the drive to transforming education on the continent. And this speaks to the 10th objective, which is also around resource mobilization for sustainable financing and investment in education. We've held a series of roundtable consultations with critical stakeholders, critical partners. We're also promoting domestic resource mobilization. Not many African countries are reaching the benchmark target of 1% of their GDP to education, science, and technology in terms of resource allocation. But those are the conversations that we hope to catalyze with the theme of the year. We understand that this is not a conversation that would start in January and end in December 31st, because with education, you cannot have such a time frame to bound it. You need to keep having this conversation. But we hope to use this year to move the needle, bringing and shining a spotlight to education on the continent. With regards to the spotlight activities that we have planned, we've categorized them into 7 or 8. The high-level policy dialogues, we had one in February with regards to the launch, where the heads of state and government launched the theme of the year. We are proposing technical symposiums. We're proposing production of knowledge products, exchange programs, inter-country exchange programs, country-level actions, as well as strengthening structures and platforms on the continent. But most importantly is the element of capacity building, workshops and webinars along those lines. The expected results with regards to the theme of the year are 4 in number. One, Concrete, impactful actions in AU member states. To what extent have we moved resources from the haves to the have-not? To what extent have we helped to catalyze strategies, domestications of continental strategies in AU member states? Those are the things we'll be able to measure at the end of the year with regards to the theme of the year. We are also looking forward to effective, long-lasting, system-wide transformational strategies. I mentioned a few that has been developed this year, and those that have been developed in the past but have not necessarily been followed through. Continental spotlight on building resilient education system. Here we're looking at spotlight activities. There's a knowledge event proposed for September with UNESCO. It's a global event at the sideline of the Summit of the Future in New York. There's a proposal to also beam a spotlight on the theme and the progresses we've achieved so far. Addressing the constraint with regards to education financing on the continent. How do we use this August House to address the issue around 1% of the national GDP being allocated to education on the continent? But we'll speak to some of the roles of Parliament with regards to education generally, but the AU theme of the year specifically. Here you'd find a list of proposed activities that we can all leverage on to lend our voice with regards to advocacy on the theme of the year. I'll not bother to read through, but some of them are well-known events: International Day of Education, the Summit, International Day for Women and Girls, International Labour Conference, Day of the African Child. We commemorated that day at the Commission, focusing on educating the African child. The UN Summit of the Future, like I mentioned, World Teachers Day, International Day on Girl Child, the African Youth Day in November. So these are some of the events, some of the days we hope to, make, as they will say in South Africa, blow the vuvuzela with regards to education on the continent. It is also my pleasure to speak to the Continental Education Strategy. Your Excellencies, honorable members, this is one of ours. This is one of our documents. But it has always taken the second seat when it comes to the conversation on guiding documents with regards to education on the continent. Whereas we for ourselves have developed this document, it is coming to an end in 2025. Currently, the AUC is engaged with regards to reviewing the document, taking stock of the progress so far in AU member states. To what extent has the domestication been done? To what extent are we implementing the key strategic objective? But to say that one of the key missions, or the key mission of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, is to reorient Africans' education and training to meet the knowledge, skills, innovation, and creativity required to nurture Africa's core values and promote sustainable development at all levels to achieve the Africa we want. CESA advocates for investment in quality and relevant education. CESA is a model, it's an education model for African learner in the 21st century, creating education for wealth. CESA advocates for a wealthy Africa, a healthy Africa, and a prosperous Africa. CESA also advocates for creating a new African citizen who will be effective change for the Africa's sustainable development. These are the 12 strategic objectives of CESA: revitalizing the teaching profession, building infrastructures, harnessing capacity of ICT, ensuring acquisition of required knowledge and skills, accelerating processes leading to gender parity and equality, amongst others, expanding TVET at all levels, promoting peace education and conflict prevention, improving management of education systems. CESA is guided very strongly by a cluster mechanism that focuses on these key strategic objectives. The thematic clusters established to address other 11 objectives of CESA such that it maintains a high-level institutional engagement with critical stakeholders on the continent, including on the policy side and practice side. You might ask, what is the place of member states with regards to the Continental Education Strategy for Africa? Ownership. Ownership is one key element. Ownership of the vision of that strategy, because it's an AU strategy. Member states being chief implementers of the strategy, but also promoting accountability and alignment of initiatives of partner institutions or partner initiatives, promoting multicultural coordination, as well as promoting innovative resource mobilization, if properly domesticated. The roles of the RECs, the Regional Economic Community, when it comes to CESA. We promote alignment of regional frameworks with CESA. We also encourage regional thematics, networking to share experience and complementarity. We've seen good example in SADC, we've seen good example in ECOWAS. How do we scale that up to the other 6? Provide support to member states to monitor and report on implementation of CESA. So these are some of the roles of the RECs with regards to CESA. The partners also have their roles to play when it comes to CESA, align support programs with CESA at the continental level, regional level, and national level, but also being accountable, supporting capacity building and mutual learning amongst member states, supporting innovation, understanding the roles of member states and the roles of the RECs, as well as the role of AUC to avoid duplication of efforts. This is also another strategy that is guiding our work at the AUC with regards to education, the Continental TVET strategy. The Continental TVET strategy has 9 focus areas within the decade plan of action on TVET. Strengthening LMIS, skills forecasting, anticipation systems, quality of employment services, and career guidance within the TVET ecosystem is one of the key focus areas. Improving quality and relevance of TVET programs in Africa for ever-changing world of work. TVET has always battled with the issue of relevance and its place in national education systems. Over time, we've realized that if systems are to change, if economies are to develop, we better start paying attention to TVET. Enhancing equitable access of TVET for all is also part of the focus area, but also promoting digital green and blue skills in Africa TVET systems. Fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa, strengthening governance, leadership and management capacity at all levels within the TVET ecosystem, image building. Remember I mentioned reputation has always been an issue. Oh, it's the not do wells that go into TVET. That's a wrong idea. That's a wrong image. TVET has the capacity to transform economies. Advocacy and social mobilization for TVET is also some of the critical elements within this focus area. But also ensuring sustainable TVET financing mechanism, monitoring and evaluation of TVET systems on the continent are all of what makes up the 9 focus area for the decade plan of action on TVET. With regards to the expected outcome on the decade plan of action, we hope to reorient the African TVET systems to address mismatch between education and training, as well as labor market needs through high-quality learning experience, coherent policies at regional and national level, significantly raising TVET achievements in terms of equitable access, relevance, quality, and efficiencies, while addressing the current youth underemployment, contributing to social economic growth. Significantly, enhancing attractiveness and esteem of TVET as a pathway for skills development, employability, and economic development. And lastly, with regards to the outcomes of the Decade Plan of Action on TVET is to implement an outcome-based national TVET systems by fully involving the productive sectors, starting from need articulation to certification. If properly domesticated, the TVET strategy could lead to these critical outcomes, which you'd all agree have the potential to address socioeconomic growth. I mentioned earlier that we are currently in the process of reviewing the Continental Education Strategy for Africa as well as the TVET Strategy for Africa. And the expectation for this review is a framework that is effective and has engaged member states to come up with a document that they can all be proud of. CESA is coming to an end next year. We've started the process for the next iteration, and we encourage even Parliament to play a role in that conversation of developing a strategic document that guides the implementation of education at the continental level. Your question is, what could the parliamentarian do with regards to, first, the theme of the year, but also the implementation of this strategic document? Chief among them is the role of advocacy. We must come together to advocate for education as a tool for literally all components of development. Member states must, as a matter of urgency, raise their national education, science, and technology budget to 1% of the GDP as per global standards. We must identify a coordination mechanism between Parliament and the ESTI department to exchange on ESTI programs and advocacy actions. We could co-organize strategic activities on the role of Parliament in supporting ESTI as a tool of development. Could also inspire from other continents and countries on the continent on how Parliament could play a key role for promoting education. There are best practices on the continent. Parliament is the space to share some of those best practices. We could assume greater responsibility towards sustainable financing and sustainable funding and investment on education, science, technology, and innovation on the continent. Parliament could for sure support policies for strong intra-Africa cooperation, networking between parliamentarians, policymakers, scientists, journalists, and the private sector. Parliament could support legislative actions for dynamic and sustainable research enterprises capable of translating scientific discoveries into products, services, processes that are required for socioeconomic development. Some of the actions are in line with promotion of sustainable innovation ecosystem by ratification of the Pan-African Intellectual Property Rights, PIPO, Intellectual Property Organization. This conversation has been on for a long time. Perhaps Parliament could play a role in catalyzing that organization. Support for STEM education. As I conclude, distinguished honorable members, as parliamentarians, you play a critical role, a crucial role in advancing this agenda. Today, I join my director, as he said in his opening remarks, to urge member states to commit to the outlined educational goals, fostering collaboration among African nations to promote educational excellence. And we must work together to build an Africa where education is the foundation of sustainable development and prosperity for all. I thank you so much for listening. We are happy to take comments, questions, if the chair permits. Thank you.
Thank you. May we give him a round of applause, please. We will have a debate or panel discussions. that will be handled by my colleague. Yes, Mr. Aminel, you educated us very well how we can use education for betterment of Africa, betterment of our children, our life. But also, I would like to challenge you. You know, we are parliamentarians. We would like to have some academic debates. Yes, we saw you teach that the positive part of the education. But at the same time, I will not say negative aspect of the education, but as a side effect, we can see these days very sophisticated scientific research, for instance, in which you can produce chemical weapons, biological weapons, which can be used for mass destructions, and also nuclear physics, which can destroy a nation within a fraction of a second. How we can mitigate that? It's a part of education. It's the highest part of education. How we can prevent all that and use science and education only for well-beingness of the world. So in this part, we would like to ask you to take us through also. So, Excellencies, Madam Clerk, may you guide us how we can proceed with this panel. Yeah, my colleague should chair the next meeting.
Honorable Gayo, this is the time for questions and answers. The floor to be opened to honorable members and participants.
I'm guided by our clerk. Yeah, I saw the time. We are running out of time, but still we need to have questions and answers session. Honorable members, you can take floor and you can contribute. One from this side, Honorable Kenya, Honorable 2, 3. No, education will be the last. 3, Djibouti, 4, Morocco 5, Chad 6, Sahrawi 7, 8, 9, 10. Honorable Mikaya wanted? Central Republic of, 11. Chad, sorry, 11. Yeah, you can.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Gayo. I'll be very brief. The presenter gave us a very good presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. And my focus was drawn to the part that spoke about the efforts you are making to equip teachers so that they can be able to teach in various countries in Africa. Now, my query for you, maybe you can give us information. Is there any particular effort that is being made at a continental level to standardize the African continental education standards, so that if a student, for whatever reason, is studying at grade 8 in Kenya, and his parents transferred to go and work in Ghana. The same level of education would be found on this other side, or Morocco, or South Africa. Is there any particular effort to standardize the education of the African child? Because I saw you spoke about teachers, but I wanted to hear from you as our expert in that area, whether there is in fact any effort at a continental level to standardize education standards so that the African child can be educated anywhere and get to help or equip himself with skills that can be useful and recognized in every country within Africa. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. And I think I'll talk standing. I'm used to standing in Parliament. Thank you for the wonderful presentation from Mr. Okonko. Well, when I looked at the 10 strategic objectives, I was particularly drawn to the issue of STEM education, which can never be overemphasized. You mentioned the issue of early childhood education when it comes to STEM. How can we, as African countries, because there is this disparity or inequality between public and private schools, where private schools are more resourced to provide STEM education, and public schools are less privileged when it comes to resources for STEM education. And also on the issue of reforming the teaching profession, we have seen that teachers, with the introduction of, or with the advent of AI, they see this advent as a threat to their jobs. How have those countries that have successfully embraced AI, gone about implementing it in their education systems without threatening the jobs of these teachers? And there is the issue of promotion of a healthy and conducive learning environment when it comes to the issue of school feeding. How can we, as countries or as governments, implement this successfully? Because I can make an example of where I come from Eswatini, where we constantly have a shortage of food in schools, which then results in some of these pupils not attending class, particularly when it comes to public schools. That's where the challenge is, public schools. Yet we do have a budget that is sufficient enough to cater for that. But when it comes to the actual allocation, it doesn't suffice. Honorable Vice President, there's then the issue of, sorry, just a moment, of a sharing of resources in terms of sustainable financing and domestic resource when it comes to the issue of education. Like I say, there's this disparity between public and private schools, where, because we introduced free education for primary schools, and then you find that the quality of the education has been compromised. And then you find parents, those that have can afford moving their children from public to private schools. And they then refuse to share resources with the public schools because they say, you are the ones who advocated for free primary education. So government should finance that and ensure that there is quality in that education. Yet we have seen that free primary education has actually compromised quality education. So how can we move about as governments to ensure that the public and private schools do share resources? Thank you, Honorable President.
Number 3. Yes, Honorable.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving the floor. I'd like to
Order.
Order?
Order.
Yes.
Order. Rule 42. 42(3). A member shall, whenever possible, speak from his or her place while standing up and shall address the presiding officer. So I observe that most of the members are not standing and they should stand and make their points.
Thank you. Well noted. Honorable Member, you can proceed now.
Ok, Monsieur le Président de la séance.
Honorable President and Chairperson of the session, thank you for giving the floor.
Sorry, we don't have a list of speakers, that's why we are...
Mr. Presiding, colleagues, I am Samuel Kogat from Liberia. Let me extend my thanks and appreciation to those presenters. Excuse me, you cannot discuss the taste of a dog when you are not eating your dog.
Yeah.
With all of what have been read and said, as Africans, we need to do comparative analysis in our thoughts. For example, in Europe, Belgium was one of the least least developed country, and they created an avenue where transaction of purchasing of diamond, used car trading were identified to be carried out in that country. And eventually today, Brussels has become one of the shining countries and shining states or city in Europe. In Africa, in order for us to achieve our desired goal with respect to educating our youth, we need to first of all forget about ethnocentrism. One of the focuses that are affecting our society in Africa is every country feels that their culture is more important than the others. So as a consequence, you will always see that what you want to achieve in group cannot easily be achieved. Can we identify from an analytical perspective our expert to identify one of the African countries that could be considered as one of the least educated countries? And AU focus on that particular country as a model to invest and also have a protocol that will be domesticated by all African states, that this country has been identified as a state that AU decided to build a university in particular for all Africans. And the process by which one can be internalized will be regulated. But that, we will be starting on a good footing. But if we continue to say we want to improve the educational sector in Africa, where we are now identified a particular country as a case study, I think we will find it difficult, and we will be fighting. Every country want to claim the glory, and as a consequence, we may not achieve what we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hussein.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session, for giving me the floor. I'd like to add my voice to congratulate the presenter for their presentation. And this topic is very important for the sustainable development of for the future generation of our continent. What we have understood is that each student of the continent has the right to receive high-quality education. This inclusive education is key to ensure that each student can go to school and receive high-quality education with other students. I remember that there's 7 SDGs that have been adopted to tackle the major inequalities in the world by 2030. Inclusive education that is of high quality is one of those key objectives. However, inclusive education is also limiting because there are diverse challenges among students. They need a lot of resources, political recognition. And our current context in Africa, it does not exist. My question is as follows. What are the basis of inclusive education in Africa, and how do we encourage inclusiveness in school? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes. Yes, Honorable, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Vice. My name is Senator Stuki Mota. I am from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Thank you to the presenter for such an elaborate presentation. But however, for me, if I unpack the theme, there is inclusive. And from where I am standing, I would have thought that issues of learners with disabilities would have come out clearly and not be hidden in objective number 7, because I think, much as I understand that children with disabilities fall under marginalized groups, but I also feel that their circumstances are different and they have to stand out clearly so that they can also enjoy education like any other ordinary person. Children with disabilities do not fall out of school because they are dull. It is because there are no policies or laws that will strictly speak to them and as to how they should be treated and as to how they should be accommodated even in school. The presenter here spoke of days that will be commemorated, but nothing was said about December 3, which was designated for persons with disabilities. 13th of June, which was also designated for persons with albinism, and all the other days that have been designated for children with disabilities. To me, it comes out as if disability issues are just a by the way they are not considered or taken seriously. And for as long as we are saying or we are leaving them out, then we should forget about speaking of inclusive education. And I am also worried as to if in the curricula of reforming teachers' education, have those issues been spelled out? Because clearly a person who is visually impaired will need to be treated differently from a person who is physically disabled and from a person who has albinism, because their needs and their wants are different. So I would urge that issues of persons with disabilities should always stand out so that they do not feel that they are just a by the way issue. I thank you.
Yes, number 6. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Leopold from the Republic of Mauritius, and I just want to participate in such an important debate on education. And knowing that Mauritius is a welfare state, and we have free education in Mauritius, and free education started from the womb till tertiary education. And we spent about 3.6% of our GDP for budgeting education in Mauritius. And concerning the TVET, Mauritius, we've done a lot of reform on TVET, and we have a scheme known as HSU Pro, which do both vocational and professional training in Mauritius. And I think we're doing quite well in Mauritius in terms of inclusive education, and we are included people with disability as well by improving access to all educational services in Mauritius. And I think that we are lacking as part of Africa. The history of Africa in our curriculum is not that much. And my question is to the presenter. Is our educational service and educational reform, what we've done so far, is it in line with AU recommendation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Morocco.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بدوري أريد أن أشكر الإخوة المؤثرين لهذه حلقة نقاش في موضوع مهم، وكذلك أريد أن أنوه باختيار الاتحاد الإفريقي I
also like to congratulate the African Union for having chosen
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for all the input, all the presenters, for their presentations. I would like to thank the African Union in turn for having chosen this very important theme, the theme of education, because without education, we can't tackle the issues on the African continent. Education is the gateway to the training of individuals and socioeconomic training of the society, and to raise awareness among the society. It's not really a question as such. I'd simply like to add some complementary information, some ideas that you probably covered in your presentation. Among the major causes of the deterioration education on the African continent is that we lack infrastructure in education. We have teachers who are quite good, but there are not enough of them. So all these would cause the deterioration of education on our continent. That is why we need to think about solutions that are practical. And among the things that have to be taken into account to improve the quality of education, we have to enable the society altogether to contribute, international organizations as well. We have to increase funding in the education sector. We have to develop curricula so that we tailor them to the needs of the society. That is why we thought about an education that could be compatible to the specificities of Africa, and that will meet the needs of the 21st century in general. And to conclude, we as MPs, we need to play our role in our respective parliaments to improve the quality of education in Africa through developing laws and policies that can encourage inclusive and high-quality education. And we also need to develop infrastructure and the humanity in Africa in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity to speak about education. I am Honorable Amina Ali Idris, Deputy Chairperson of Permanent Committee on Transport, Industry, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology. I am from Chad. Thank you, our experts, for their clear presentation. I would like to talk about women and girl education issue in Africa in general. Many targets have been set in Agenda 2063. However, the issue of women education is still getting worse because of poor and traditional in some countries in Africa. The main challenges that we are facing is changing the mentality of our parents, and the member of the state should ensure the girl education, the free girl education, 100%. In my country, in Chad, in public school, the girl education is free, but not 100%. There are some fees which some very poor parents cannot pay it, and they continue, unfortunately, to keep girls at home. I would like to know, our dear experts, what have you done in this special case in commission, in education commission, in AU commission? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Sarah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. شكرا نائب الرئيس.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Gayo, and all those who have spoken before, and those who have listened to. In fact, I have a question to ask, and this question really is addressed to the African Union, and it's the following one. What are the efforts that are made at the level of the African Union, and what are the mechanisms that are put in place at the level of the African Union to enable the African people to have access to education, especially in conflict zones? In Africa, in fact, most of the African people in these conflict areas confronted with the forced movement of young people, especially, to really assert themselves for survival. And there are also efforts to destroy these populations, to destroy their identity as well, And for all these populations that are suffering, those who are internally displaced or those who are pushed out of their countries, for example, the Moroccan occupation of the Western Sahara, which means that there's an entire population that is suffering from these exactions, and which does not allow the people of the Western Sahara to have adequate access to education. And so what are the efforts made at the level of the African Union to support the people, especially in the conflict areas? And since we are talking about education, obviously, certainly, you know, at the African Union level that you've prepared many reports that have been focus on the Western Sahara, and which is doing enough efforts to really assert its role. The Sahrawi Republic has done a lot to ensure access to education, and since we are talking about education, and since we have made a lot of efforts in this area, I just wanted to really also tell you that since the revolution of the Sahrawi Republic, and since we have identified education as a national priority, we have invested a lot of efforts to develop our academic system so that it should be as strong as possible. And this has been taking place over 5 decades, and we continue to do that. We have laws in place that really aimed at strengthening even further our education system in a very difficult context. And so we continue to make efforts to ensure that there are more schools, and we have achieved a lot, very positive things, especially for the girl child, who are 80% of them now integrated into the schools. And that is really important. And despite all this progress, we are still confronted with a number of challenges that we try to overcome. And certainly we have the status, the context, which is really one of occupation, and which really continues to give us a lot of problems. But we try to continue to support all teachers. And obviously, as a population that is already suffering a lot, we have to praise all these organizations that have helped us to develop our academic system. We want to thank Algeria, Libya, and other countries that have helped us in this regard. Obviously, UNICEF and other organizations. I thank you.
Next speaker from...
شكرا سيد الرئيس اسمي محمد.
Thank you. My name is Mohamed Nadif Youssef from Chad. In fact, it's been 20 years that I have been teaching. And I wanted to talk about the reforms of the education system. Unfortunately, I studied in Africa, Asia, and Europe, but unfortunately, the teacher is not valued on our continent. A teacher is not well paid. It's not even respected by his own learners and students. How can we develop and promote education without improving the status of the teacher? I think we really need to start by looking at how much teachers are paid, and that is a very important aspect. So how can we even improve the education system if the teacher himself is not respected? It is not really a magic wand in our continent. So really, civil society, government, everybody who is involved in this aspect really has to be involved. It's not just a role that has to fall on government's shoulders. I insist on the fact that the government has to support the education system, but certainly there's also monitoring and evaluation of education. Otherwise, it's not going to progress. My colleague also spoke about attention to the technology that we use for mathematics and other subjects. subjects. Yes, he's right, but in Chad, we have students who pass their ordinary levels, and for the next few years, some of them have to separate and split and go either to art subjects or to an economic subjects, or others to science subjects. But yes, certainly we need to also pay attention to those who do the arts and social studies, because development cannot happen if we do not have experts in social sciences, because those are also very, very important. Yes, it's important to do to study medicine, but we need to also study social sciences as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, presenter. Honorable President, this is a very important topic that we are discussing. Education, or educate an African fit for the 21st century. Building resilient education system for increased access to inclusive, long life, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. This is a very apt topic that we are discussing, and we've been given some statistics by President Cherumbira, which is alarming. 98 million children are out of school, children that cannot even read at all. 1 out of 9 cannot even read a simple text. I believe that one of the main reasons why this is happening is because children are not learning in their own language. Some people can even go up to school up to grade 12, 12 years in school, and you cannot still write a simple language because it is not your language. It is very difficult for some children. Now, I am thinking of a dimension. I think the member from Mauritius have mentioned something like Tibet. I will want to adopt that, because that is one way that can help our children and our people to learn the skills that are required. I give you an example of what I consider to be relevant education. Many of our children, I think people coming from Senegal, coming from Guinea, and other neighboring countries, including Gambia, would attest that many children are with their masters, their teachers, working in the mechanic shops. You can see that when they work together in their own language, they would learn all the tools in their own languages, all the names of all the tools that they use in the mechanic shop. They would learn it within that period, and within a short period, they get used to all those tools, and they'll be able to eventually, they will learn to dismantle an engine, a car engine, dismantle it, fix it, and then fit it back. And then you'll see that it will work. But you have people who go to formal education, and they can go up to university and even get masters in engineering. But when you tell them to dismantle an engine and fix it back, they cannot. But if you tell them how do you do it, they'll be able to read in English and tell you how to do it. But if you ask them to do it physically, they cannot. So this is the type of education that we are going through, because it is difficult for them to understand English. And we are now talking about science. All the countries that we have seen in the South that have excelled in technology and science are people who are reading in their own language. I believe that people who are speaking Arabic, who are learning Arabic in their schools, and it is their mother tongue, are faster in learning than some of us that are learning English when our language is Mandinka. So I'm thinking what is in store for people who would want to really learn in their own languages? How do we use our own languages to be able to develop science and technology, because I believe that is the fastest way. What among the plans, what innovative plans do we have at that level that would really help our countries to excel in science? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Doctor from Algeria.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Gayo, for the floor. Good morning, everybody. يشرفني أن أشارك في هذا النقاش الثري حول بناء أنظمة تعليمية مرنة لزيادة الوصول.
In fact, we have to ensure that the education system is inclusive and of quality throughout Africa. We know very well that we parliamentarians in Africa, we belong to this African body, and our role here is to ensure that all African people can contribute to the development and economic inclusion. And so it is time to achieve this goal, and that cannot happen without education. That cannot happen without integrating all the regions of the continent. That cannot happen without the fight against poverty. We have a great leap forward to make to ensure that education is resilient. That cannot be possible either without peace and security. Unfortunately, Africans still suffer from a political crisis in their countries. And as an Algeria, which is an African country, certainly has been investing a lot of money in education and has very ambitious strategies. And so the question that I'm asking the African Union is as follows: why not leverage the experience of African countries to resolve the education challenges that exist in Africa? That is a question that I'm addressing to the African Union. And I also would like to find out why not put in place strategic plans to reform the education systems in Africa to fight against illiteracy, poverty, and also to fill the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable from Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to all the speakers and presenters that gave us very rich presentations and which really paint the current scenario in Africa. Chair, there are two pieces of information that caught my attention in particular. What Madiba said, for example, education is the most formidable weapon that we can use to change the world. It can change the world in two ways. We can do it in a good way or in a bad way. If this education system is poorly utilized, it will certainly lead to very dangerous consequences. The second quote was from Dr. Charumbira, which says education is not just a means to an objective, it is a process that lasts an entire lifetime. And it is very important to focus on these quotes because we have the impression that we are just using education as an objective to achieve something. Whereas it is a process, it is a lifelong process which encompasses everything that concerns us. Mr. President, the African that we want in 2063, I don't know in which other year, has to be detailed and outlined in the education systems from a general point of view, because the curricula are the molds in which we are going to shape this African of tomorrow. Scientific, literary, arts, etc. It is this curriculum that is going to define the African of tomorrow. Unfortunately, in our education system, and we have really mentioned it a lot, we take 3%, 1% of GDP to invest in our education system. So where does the rest come from? It comes from our partners, and as you know, our partners, who are they? It is the people who colonized us some decades before. Those are the same people who are funding our education systems. If they are doing so, it is to ensure that our servitude continues. That is really a formidable weapon to change the world. And so it reminds me, Mr. President, of the 2000s when our President Marshal Deby, who said something here which shocked us, but which also educated us. He said that the Arabophone section of the continent is more nationalist than the Francophones. So the Arabophone sector, the sector of the continent really learned really by practicing and experiences, whereas in the Francophone sector, they were supervised and coached actively in the French system. And so today, the question that we ask is, these different types of education, has it really prepared us to love our continent? So we have the psychometric studies that are put in place, but really, in terms of the connections that we have with our continent, does not really exist. The scientists that we create, training, is it to go to the moon? Is it to go to create and build nuclear bombs and so on? And those are the kind of learnings that we are promoting. People who work for their own personal interests and not necessarily for the development of the continent. Whose interests are they serving? Those who funded the academic systems in which they were trained, or for their national interests. And so if we do not pay attention, we are going to be the losers. One Africa, one voice. If we have to train people in this mold, that is the kind of curriculum that we need to pay attention to, because the curriculum really is the mold that is going to shape the civil servants, the politicians, the financiers of tomorrow, and so on. That is going to create the kind of people, human resources that can move their country and the world forward. Unfortunately, we always focus our interests and our thoughts on what people, on personal interests. We say that illiterates are people who cannot read and write, who cannot use IT and so on. But sometimes it is also people who read and write well, but who do not understand how to use these resources because they were trained in an academic system that is extroverted and does not really work to their local needs. And you know, today the world is interests. The other continents are looking to create a kind of server continent. They're not there to develop Africa. And so I think, Mr. Chair, these are very important topical debates that we are working on, and I support my colleague, the last two speakers, on national languages, local languages. Today, as an African, I learn French at kindergarten, primary, secondary level, and so on, reciting the vowels and so on. Why is it that the Arabic legal system is much more advanced? The reason is because most of the students in that area learn in their mother tongue from kindergarten, and they get quality education and progress really quickly. I'm not going to monopolize the floor. Thank you very much. But when we talk about education, really, it's something that it's very passionate, and thank you.
Members, I can see many hands, and I know you need to deliberate, you need to contribute, but also we need to manage the time. But also it's in our best interest because we need to cover all the items in the agenda. So, Excellencies, with your permission, may I give to our presenter floor to make some reflections.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First to say that it is quite enriching, the conversations and the presentations we've seen we've had from the floor. It shows the level of commitment from members of parliament to the general conversation on education on the continent. And we do not take that lightly at the Commission. In that regards, I will not attempt to directly answer each and every one of the questions that came up from the floor, but rather see them as guidance to our work at the Commission, but to provide some maybe brief reflection on what we are hearing from the floor with regards to the comments and the guidance we've gotten. There was a comment on equipping teachers and the relationship with the teacher mobility protocol that I mentioned and I referenced in my presentation, and how the issue of quality and relevance comes into play in all of those conversations. I think we've attempted at the Commission to answer that question with the development of the African Continental Qualifications Framework that looks at quality, that looks at referencing of qualifications, that looks at recognitions of diplomas and certifications, that looks at level descriptors across board, from primary to higher education. We believe that if adopted, the African Continental Qualifications Framework could serve as a critical framework, an instrument that facilitates the movement of students, learners, and teachers on the continent. That also ensures that there is trust, there is transparency of the mobility that we witness on the continent. The second is with regards to experience sharing and what we are doing at the Commission to encourage member state experience sharing and even REC's experience sharing. I had referenced this also in my presentation to say that for us as the Department of Education, we are mandated and obligated to meet twice with the Ministers of Education through the Specialized Technical Committee, where once every year, but twice every 2 years, or as the demand arises. We are mandated to meet with the ministers for them to share experience. There is one of those experience sharing sessions planned for November 4th to 8th, virtually, where the Ministers of Education would also report progress with regards to the implementation of the African Union Theme of the Year 2024. But also, in the conversation of the review of the Continental TVET strategy and the Continental Education strategy, we are carrying along all member states in the conversation. We've deployed relevant questionnaires. We've invited member states to participate in knowledge sharing exchange. with regards to what is working when it comes to the Continental Education Strategy and what we can do better going forward, and to inform the next iteration of the Continental Education Strategy. All of those platforms, all of those frameworks are frameworks that encourages knowledge sharing. We see and we gain a lot from ministers of education who take the floor to present what they are doing. And our role as the AUC is to shine spotlights to those best practices. With regards to the conversation on school feeding and how member states can successfully implement school feeding, I think this is one initiative that we are also getting right on the continent. Although we need to do more in terms of monitoring of the resources that are allocated for this particular item. But to say for sure that countries are doing far better than many, countries are doing far better than many of their counterparts outside of the continent. In Africa, we see and we see good examples from countries who allocate significant amounts to school feeding. Not just school feeding, but homegrown school feeding, where there is a value addition to the agricultural sector, especially small and medium scale enterprises within the ecosystem. At the AU level, and this is to address the issue on encouraging teacher that we heard from the floor and the remuneration. The AU has what it calls the AU Teachers Prize. Every year, the African Union gives to at least 10 teachers on the continent a cash prize of 10,000 USD. We've done this successfully for the last 5 years. And this is one initiative that I think would need more support on, because like the honorable member who asked the question said, teachers can never be overcompensated. And this is our only way that we encourage the teachers on the continent. We write to member states to nominate these teachers, and we bring them to Addis Ababa to celebrate with them every year on the occasion of the World Teachers' Day. And this year is no exception. The call has been out, and we are waiting feedback from the various capitals with regards to their recommendations. But also, with regards to how we as the AUC is supporting the conversation of revitalizing the higher education space. The Pan-African University comes to mind. The Pan-African University is an initiative of the African Union that has been strategically placed in 4 out of the 5 regions of the continent. We have one in Nigeria, we have one in Algeria, one in Yaoundé, and one in Nairobi. There was one that's supposed to be in South Africa here for space and sciences, but that is yet to kick off. But the Pan-African University sees great interest from African students, mainly because it facilitates mobility on the continent, but also it serves as a best practice example for quality and relevance when it comes to higher education. Throughout these institutes that we have across these regions, we see innovative and entrepreneurship excellence from these students themselves. More than 50 countries represented across the institutions of the Pan-African University. And this is fully funded by member states through the African Union. So this is how we respond to the question on AU's contribution to the higher education landscape. We hope we can do more with the Pan-African University, maybe by enlarging the enrollment. Currently, it sees over 400 students per year, and it's focused on masters and postgraduate. But with regards to enrollment, we could do better when we have much more resources. But that's the response we have when it comes to our role in the education ecosystem. The honorable member also spoke about inclusive education in Africa and the role of, the place of children with disability. Yes, you're right, Your Excellency, to say that item 7 maybe was not explicit enough, but that is where we hope to capture that conversation. And we are glad that this is coming up at this time when we are curating the activities for the second half of the year with regards to implementation of the theme of the year. What we are committing to is to particularly shine a spotlight on December 3rd to hosting an event with regards to children with disability, where the AUC would invite the relevant stakeholders to have that conversation. And thank you so much, Honorable, for bringing that to our attention. I've been guided that I have just 1 minute to summarize everything, but to mention one key event that is planned for the year with regards to women and girls education from the honorable member, the first Pan-African Conference on Women and Girls Education. We hope to come out with a declaration from that conference that is guided also by the Maputo Protocol with regards to women and girls, and the conversation on inclusivity, access, qualitative education for women and girls, but also not forgetting that the conversation on inclusivity is becoming broader than what it is, than what we know it to be, not just limited to women and girls, but there are a lot of other people within the spectrum of inclusivity. But this first Pan-African Conference would certainly hope to provide guidance with regards to women and girls education on the continent. The dates for the conference is 2nd to 5th of July, and member states are adequately represented. Would, from the Commission side, make it a duty to present the declaration to the Parliament as part of this exercise. To summarize, I think it is important to state that the statement by the President of the Parliament is apt with regards to Parliament coming up with a declaration that we can take to the policy organs. And I think we, as the Department of ESTI, stand ready to support the Committee on Education in crafting such a declaration that could serve as part of the outcome document that we take to the AU Heads of State and Government Summit for next year as part of the implementation of the theme of the year. And we hope that some of these concerns, some of these propositions with regards to indigenization of languages in our curricula, the pedagogical instruction aspect of teaching, and all of those could feature in this Parliament declaration that we take forward first to the STC that is coming up 4th to 8th November, and to the Executive Council and the Heads of State Summit in February. We are glad and we stand ready to support Parliament in this regard. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Honourable members, I think it would be honourable members. Yeah, we are running out of time, but it won't be appropriate and it will not sound good if we will not give floor to the chairperson of the committee. Honourable Kodio, you have the floor. At least to give vote of thanks to presenters and make your...
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President and Moderator. After this presentation, I should like to thank all honourable members of the Pan-African Parliament, and thanks also to the Clerk of Parliament and all the support staff. We have about 12 presentations left. As Dr. Gayo has said, I will be very brief. I just wanted to say that the details that have been mentioned earlier in former presentations will be taken up again in further presentations later today with the contribution of all parliamentarians. The moderator and Vice President, Dr. Gayo, will tell us about the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. At this point, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Secretariat, our presenters, honorable members who contributed. Yes, PAP members were tasked today to champion education at our respective countries at the continental level. As usual, we need to advocate the education issues,
Bon après-midi.
Good afternoon. I hope that you were all able to have lunch. The work or program this afternoon relates to the innovative partnerships at scale to drive education outcomes in Africa with the help of technologies and funding and the analysis of data. And this particular presentation will be moderated by Mr. Stephen Caleb, and he is present here. It will be made up of a number of presentations in person, but also online. I would like, with your permission, to hand over to the moderator to facilitate the program. Thank you so much.
السيد غالي، معالي رئيس البرلمان الإفريقي، السيدات والسادة أعضاء هيئة مكتب البرلمان الإفريقي، السيدات والسادة رؤساء اللجان، السيد رئيس لجنة التعليم، السيدات والسادة النواب المحترمون أعضاء البرلمان الإفريقي، السيدات والسادة الخبراء والمتدخلون، مرحبا بكم بمناسبة انعقاد الدورة العادية الثالثة للفترة التشريعية السادسة.
Point of order. Point of order. No translation.
If it's ready, we can. المرجو من المترجمين من اللغة الإنجليزية التحاق لترجمة. هل هناك
Is there any interpretation? Is there any interpretation to English language? And we start. In the name of God, the most gracious. His Excellency, the chairperson of, or the president of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Her Excellency, the clerk of the Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, chairpersons of the committees of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, member of parliaments in the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, experts, welcome. On the occasion of the third session of the sixth Pan-African Parliament, and here we are raising the theme of the African Union for 2024: educate. Educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient and education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. It is my pleasure to facilitate this workshop that is quite important, which is titled the innovative strategies to build resilient systems, inclusive and sustainable systems through the policies and financing and technology and data analysis. I would like to call the speakers to come to the podium. I have also three speakers. They will participate virtually via online means. I call on Mr. Justin Alfred Matherbridge to come to the podium. Dr. Longi Matagala also, if he is present in the hall. And and His Excellency Mubarak Muntaka to come to the podium. Please inform me if they virtually are ready, so we can start.
We don't have.
Mr. Stephen? Okay, so we start with the intervention, with the remote intervention. We ask the technical staff to facilitate the intervention.
إذن نعتذر.
We apologize. We have to wait, ladies and gentlemen. We have to wait for the experts who are going to deliver their interventions remotely until they are ready, so we can start this intervention with Honorable Mubarak Muntaka, Chairperson of the Committee of the Financial and Monetary Committee of the Pan-African Parliament, to speak about the education and sustainable improvement. So he can start.
Madam Chair, and good afternoon to colleagues. Colleagues, we were to take these experts' presentations before we come out with the interventions. But once they are not getting them, I'll just go ahead, hoping that what I have may be able to tease out some of their minds, even before they make those presentations later. We are talking about the financing education in Africa, and especially the sustainable model for the future. Here we have to look at what funding models are. And you get every test to tell you that a funding model is a methodical and institutional approach to building a reliable revenue base that will support an organization's core program or services. So if you translate this to what we are about to do with regards to education in Africa, it will simply read that a funding model for education will simply be a methodological and institutional approach to building a reliable revenue base that will support the continent of Africa's core program on education. Now, we will not be able to just oppose this if we don't get clear on our mind what all of us have agreed through the United Nations. That's the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is on education. And this morning we've heard a lot of it being spoken about. and the ambitious commitment of Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is quality education, challenges the global community, including national governments, to provide adequate funding to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And here I just want us, as we go through this presentation, to take certain key words in mind. Here we are talking about adequate funding. We are also talking about ensuring inclusive and equitable quality. And then we are also talking about lifelong, and we are also talking about all. So meaning we need to find a way of getting resources that will take care of all the segment of our society, meaning from kids all the way to adulthood. The Education Commission at the UN estimates that low and middle income countries will be required to do more than double what they are currently doing in terms of their domestic public expenditure on education, which stands currently globally from about US dollars 1.2 trillion per year. And they are expected to now move from just 1.2 to about 3 trillion by 2030, while also ensure that financial resources are utilized more effectively. We also know that all governments across the continent have some basic educational strategy, which will definitely include improving equitable access and participation in quality education at all levels, bridging the gender gap in access to education, improving quality of teaching and learning, and promoting science and technical education at all levels. And this is in the, what do you call it, the comprehensive document. Even this morning, we saw part of it being presented, which is the Continental Educational Strategy that is being currently implemented by the AU. So now, when we talk about this funding and its model, as parliamentarians, there are 3 areas that we need to pay serious attention, not only at the continental level, but even at our national level. And this, we believe that AU, looking at this year being dedicated to education, could make a decisive breakthrough to transform educational system if there is a coordinated national and Pan-African action on the key factors that impact education financing. And now, what are the 3 things? 3 things that have been largely identified across the continent that really affects, or which are key factors that impact strongly on financing education. One is tax, which all of us are very familiar. We are in charge of taxes in our countries because every country is a representative that will have to pass a law on tax. Then debt. Debt is almost sinking almost every country in Africa. So if we are talking about sustainable financing of education, you cannot look at any model and exclude debt. How you are managing your debt. So how you are managing your tax and how you are managing your debt. And then lastly, which is something that all of us will agree in almost all our countries, you have this Bretton Woods institution always trying to push down to our throat, which is a monster called austerity. Always telling you austerity measures. And for those of us who have been in our parliaments for long, you see it's recurring and occurring and occurring. And when they are talking about this austerity, they are talking about reducing expenditure in the public sector. And this will definitely affect the education funding. Now, the education sector in every nation is the foundation for human development. productivity, and economic transformation. One of the major challenges that we have, and this morning I've heard a number of you, even in your contribution, have alluded to the facts, which is being downplayed and which is seriously creating a big problem across the continent, is when our governments decided that they have to partner the private sector to handle or to manage education. And this led to privatization in education. This is growing phenomena worldwide, but the impact that it's making in Africa is really, really phenomenal, and it's really scary. According to the Education for All Global Monitoring Report 2008, between 1991 and 2004, private primary school enrollment increased by 58%. That's from about 39 million to about 62 million across the continent, whilst public school enrollment increased by just 10%, from just about 484 million to 530 million worldwide. Now, one of the major challenges that you have with the privatization of education across the globe, a typical example is where I'm coming from, Ghana, where the statistics is alarming, particularly with the skewed increase in the number of private schools. Private primary schools recorded an astronomical increase of over 222% between the year 2001 and 2018, while public primary school recorded only 22.7% in the same period. This pattern also affected the enrollment levels in these schools, with enrollment figures heavily skewed towards private schools. Enrollment levels increased by 9.4% in private primary school compared to 3.8% for public primary education between 2001 and 2015. Privatization in the educational sector, some of the major challenges that it has is that the reason for the increase in private primary school enrollment are the low quality we see in public schools. And this morning, many of you alluded to this. And the insufficient supply of public school spaces. And then the third one, which is a public education system that fails to meet the diverse, differentiated needs of families. Now, the reason why you need to have this at the back of your mind when you are talking about financing education across the continent is that governments are taking undue advantage across the continent that because the private sector is providing these primary schools, they are gradually not paying more attention and putting enough resources to be able to deal with the challenges that the public schools have. And in some areas, you see that within a very large geographical area, you don't even have public schools. All you have are the private schools, especially in the urban and semi-urban areas. So what are the problems associated with this? The major problem in financing public education in Africa have largely been created by competitive demand from various sectors of the economy on limited public resources. We all know that, our budgets are never sufficient to deal with all our problems. And you have water, electricity, health, almost everything struggling for the same pie. Another challenge is the poor financing of public education and the state abdication of the responsibility of education financing to private providers, like I said, in the urban centers and semi-urban areas. And many of us sitting in this chamber will attest to the facts. I want to believe that if the roll call was to be made, close to 90, if not almost all of us, will attest to the fact that their children are not attending public schools because almost everybody wants the best, and therefore you are rushing to take your kids to the private school. This has adverse effects to access and quality at the public basic education over the years. Because as all of us run away from the public schools,
we leave it to the very poor people, who many of them do not even have voice. Even when something is going on wrong there, they don't have what it takes to be able to stand the challenges there. Yet those of us who have voice, who could easily correct what is happening there, have all left it and are all find space at the private sectors or the private schools at the basic level. The government's educational sector expenditure has not been regular over the years. So in Ghana in particular, whilst it's achieved recommended levels of about the 20% of all government allocation for the educational sector, this occurred in only some few years. That's between 2011 and 2013. The projection, however, shows a decreasing trend in government allocation to educational sector. And this you can see across the continent. Almost all the governments, you will see if you go and just suppose their data for say 10, 15 years, it will shock you to realize that there's decline in investment in these areas. Whilst domestic financing, particularly regarding the capacity of developing countries, low and middle income, to raise their own revenue for education is projected to cater for a substantial portion of about 19 billion annually. This effort is yielding little results due to the inability to adequately plug tax loopholes or grow their economies to provide the needed extra funds to finance education. How did we get to where we are? Generally, government's initiative to promote universal basic educational system through private participation has produced a two-tier basic education system where the rich and the middle-class citizens send their children to quality basic private schools, while the poor patronize the poor public basic schools. This has caused neglect, low demand, apathy towards public basic schools in many African countries like Ghana. What can be done? What can we do with where we find ourselves if we really want to change the course? While the education sector has suffered resource constraint and policy implementation challenges, lack of adequate infrastructure has been found to limit school access and quality in most African countries, and Ghana in particular. More than 70% of government financing, being the largest share, goes to goods and services, with little to invest in infrastructure. If you go to almost all the countries in the continent, you see that even when these budgets are being shown in say maybe 20% of their GDP or their budgets, what you usually see is that the chunk of the money goes into paying teachers, organizing workshops, buying vehicles, buying school bus. And I mean, later I'll show you a picture in Ghana where you have basic schools that do not even have furniture. And yet government is busy talking about buying free laptops for senior secondary school people. And you wonder what kind of priority is that. So the money may be sent there, but a chunk of the money, instead of developing the infrastructure that will be able to sustain the educational system, is left. And then you see the money is being channeled into areas where it can provide avenue for procurement, and for that matter, we all know what happens during procurement, the corruption and possibility of leakages. However, international agreements and protocols, such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child, international covenants on economics, social, and cultural rights, and even in the case of Ghana and many of our countries across the continent, the constitutions of even our own country provide for equitable investment and funding for the promotion of public education. Extra targeted funding is required to actualize these rights. The government must be, our governments across the globe, our continent, must begin to see education, especially at the basic level, as a right, so that the poor are not left out in the increasing privatization of the basic education. Now, with the way we are carrying out with this private schools and government moving funds away from these basic schools, we are gradually creating discrimination. Discrimination taking place in different forms and in different levels, at different levels in many of the African countries' educational system, where it looks like these schools are for the have and these schools are for the have-not. Introducing unfettered market principles in education serves just a few, entrenches and increases social stratification. So it looks like if you really want your child to do well, then you better do whatever you can to send those children to these particular schools at the detriment of the others where the poor are. Good quality private schools are very expensive in many African countries, such as Ghana, and the only high and few middle income earners can afford to send their children to such schools. The poor is excluded from enjoying quality education, which is usually guaranteed in expensive private schools. Meanwhile, public schools produce majority of students who end up in the country's free senior high school and the tertiary institution. That's in the case of Ghana. So yes, you have these few schools that are private and are doing so well. You have this majority that don't seem to be doing very well. Meanwhile, they are going to end up filling the vacancies at the secondary school level and the tertiary level. The government must reconsider its promotion of education privatization by increasing financing and making public basic schools truly free and compulsory. This will ensure that more children from deprived economic backgrounds enjoy their rights to quality education. So what is at stake? In many aspects of social and economic life in most of African countries, there are increasing levels of exclusion, discrimination, and inequalities, which could lead to destruction of the national fabric. In many failed states, huge sections of their people are neglected, giving rise to social revulsion and instability. To promote equity and fairness across all sectors of our society, the educational system must ensure that it leads to reduction of inequality in all aspects of our national life. So what are governments really doing? I'm being reminded of the time. I thought that's mine. So one of the things that I want us to carry as a take home from this presentation about financing is one. As we go back to our countries, we should have at the back of our mind that if the continental educational strategies will have to be met, we need to do a number of things. And one of them is that Ghana had one since 2000, I think, 2000 or the year 2000, where you have tax specifically for education. And in Ghana, it's called the Ghana Education Trust Fund, where a component of consumer tax is taken and is dedicated to infrastructure. That is one of the ways that we can manage to do this. And then we should also remember, we should not be deceived by the notion that if you dedicate 20% of your budget is enough. Because if the budget itself is small, what simply means that 20% of a small pie is equally small. So it's not going to yield anything substantial. The major thing that we as parliamentarians across the continent needs to be very mindful is the kind of tax incentives that we give to so-called multinationals. We give a lot of tax waivers. We give a lot of all manner of, free bees to companies. And as we do this, what we simply do is that we are reducing the size of the pie that is to be used to sustain this. And there's an example of a Ghana where it is estimated by the IMF that tax incentives given out in Ghana constitutes almost $2 billion annually. And you can imagine what even 20% of 2 billion can do in the educational sector. And lastly, or last but one, where we are talking about the debts, we can see that almost all our countries are debt distress. Just some few are able to really stand on their feet. So in all that we do in our various parliament, if we don't watch how much loans our government continue to contract, and especially what those loans are being used for, repayment of debt alone is suffocating a lot of African countries, to the extent that it is projected that the debt repayment, the percentage of the budget that is being used to finance repayment of debt, is bigger than the budget that is being used to finance education. You can't have a funding model where payment of your debt outweighs even the amount of money that you use in financing your education. So we need to watch that monster loans that we authorize our government to just take uncontrollably. And lastly, the austerity measures. These austerity measures that the IMF and the World Bank continue to push down the throat of our government. Yes, I know there's this, you have to spend what you have. But anytime they want to stimulate their economy, check what they do. If one found out during the COVID time, what did Europe and America do? They were virtually giving free money to their citizens because they want to stimulate consumption. Yet, they come to our continent and tell us that, oh, austerity measures, cut down on expenditure, and you see most of our government struggling to lay off people and cut expenditure to critical areas. And once you keep cutting expenditure to the public sector, what you are simply doing is that you are going to kill your economy. So, because of time, I hope that maybe when question time comes, there may be an opportunity to elaborate more on some of the things that we have to say. So I want to thank you sincerely for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much.
شكرا معالي مبارك منتقى على هذه المداخلة القيمة جدا والتي
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation, sir. You have raised the challenges that we face and the measures required to develop educational policies in the African economy. I'd just like to now remind you to be brief and concise because we have many speakers. There's going to be debate, question and answer. And we have already 16 names on our list. So may I encourage you to be as concise as possible. I will begin with Dr. Matakala, Honorable Muzarak Mutakala, who will be speaking on the policies and governance for the educational system that is effective and efficient. You have the floor, the presenter. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Kindly clarify how many minutes I have. When I looked at the program, I had prepared to speak for 15 minutes, so please guide me so I know how long I can speak for. Yeah, how many? 7. 7? Okay, all right. Thank you. Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. The title of my presentation is Policy and Governance for Resilient Education Systems. My name is Lungoe Matakala from the University of Zambia. I'll begin by sharing a few thoughts on the theme, the AU theme for the year, and then I'll proceed to policy and governance for resilient education systems. When we look at the current education systems in Africa, I think we all agree that they are faced by many challenges. Some of these include lack of access to education itself for those who are in rural areas, insufficient numbers of teachers, lack of training materials for the teachers to use to teach our children, limited access to digital tools and internet connectivity. We still have areas that do not have internet connectivity in this day and age. We have outdated curriculum. We have high dropout rates, and very little is being done with that community. So they drop out. They don't make it from one stage to the other. Then what? And that's the future. That is our future. Those are our leaders. But what are we actually doing to educate them as well, despite having fallen out of the education system? We have inadequate education infrastructure, including schools as well as resources. Political instability and conflict in some areas, which of course then disrupt education. Limited access to education for marginalized groups. And here we are talking of children with disabilities, children with albinism, the girl child in certain societies. And of course, we have the challenge of brain drain. A lot of people are leaving Africa. A lot of people are migrating, emigrating, going for greener pastures. I think we heard earlier about how teachers are not valued, they're not paid enough, and so they move to places where they can get more. If Africa is truly to build a resilient education system, the system must mitigate against all these challenges. What do we need to do that? If we're to come up with a policy that deals with education and is able to do this, according to our theme, this year we're looking at, one, providing inclusive education, meaning that all students, regardless of their background, should have access to quality learning opportunities. Two, lifelong learning, meaning that we're to prioritize skills development, critical thinking, problem solving, providing opportunities for continuous learning, upscaling, relearning, and in some instances, unlearning that which is not helping us. What do we mean by quality education? We mean that we should have well-trained teachers. There must be relevant curricula. There must be adequate resources, and that our students are to be equipped with skills, knowledge, and values that are necessary for one to succeed in the 21st century. By relevant learning, we mean that we are to prepare students for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. We're to emphasize STEM education, as well as skills such as entrepreneurship, critical thinking, and digital literacy. So in short, resilient education systems are those that can actually withstand, recover, and adapt to challenges, crises, and changes, such as some of the ones we've already seen, COVID-19, climate change, and many more issues. What kind of policies then should we have in place to help us build resilient education systems? There are certain factors and certain principles that must be incorporated in our education policies if really we are to build systems that can address the challenges that Africa currently faces in the education system. Number one, we need to ask ourselves and answer this question sincerely. What is the purpose of education? Why do we send our children to school? Why did we study what we studied? And is that actually translating to what we hoped it would lead us to? I'll give you an example. Many a times we will say we got an education so that we can earn a living, correct? How many educated street children do we have? How many educated adults are sitting with their degrees at home? So perhaps then the education is not relevant the type of education that was given is not meeting the need, we're actually not achieving the purpose of the education that we set out to get. So that's very important. It needs to be factored in because it gives a roadmap to those that are actually designing the policy as well as the education system to ensure that this education that is given is going to take us to the final destination that we hope to arrive at. What is the place of informal education? We heard from one of the honorables a little while ago about a young lad that would learn about the different tools and actually understands them and is able to use them. Has he gained an education? Actually, he has. But it's informal, right? What is the value of informal education? And are we even measuring that? Is there a gain in that sector? And what can we do to improve that? Adaptability. A resilient education system must be able to adapt to changing circumstances, including technology. Today, we live in an era where we have AI, artificial intelligence. And the truth is, I'm a lecturer of law. The truth is, I cannot anymore give the same questions I used to give 10 years ago to a student today, because she would just type it in and voila, the assignment is done in a minute. In the face of AI, how are we to assess the competencies of our students? How are we to ensure that despite having that tool, at the end of the day, we're actually going to graduate students who can do what they're supposed to do? This requires even us as the educators being educated in how to use this to support our students and how to use this to also adapt our teaching and learning environment. Madam Chair, how am I doing for time? You know, lecturers can talk forever. 4 minutes left. Okay, thank you. I've been given 10. There's also the issue of community engagement. If we're going to have an education system that is going to be resilient, like we like to say in the human rights movement, nothing about us without us, yeah? We cannot build a resilient education system without the buy-in, the consent of all the stakeholders. So that means the community, that means the parents of the children, that means the children themselves. They must participate in this system that we're trying to build. Teacher support. We have to ensure that we provide teachers with the training, the resources, the support that is essential for effective teaching and adaptation. Infrastructure and resources, Honorable Muntaka spoke to that. Curriculum relevance, assessment and feedback. Very important. We want to ensure that we've built a resilient education system, right? And one of the key components of that is that there has to be feedback. So when a teacher stands in front, it's not a one-way street. There has to be feedback from the pupils, from the students, to ensure that indeed learning has taken place. How feasible is it in the large classrooms that many African countries have for us to assess our students adequately and get the necessary feedback? It's very difficult. But if we're to build a resilient education system, that is a crucial issue that an education policy must also incorporate. The last one on this, we need to build the capacity of the policymakers themselves. If they are to come up with policies and governance structures that are going to lead us to where we want to get, they need to be capacitated themselves. The chair is looking at me like, yeah, can you wind up? So I will end here and simply say that there are certain recommendations that I have made which come or stem from these principles that I have highlighted now, and we could share a little bit more afterwards. I thank you so much for your attention.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة على تفهمك.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your understanding in sticking to the time. You have briefly indicated the need to establish systems that would address the challenges of education in Africa and reminded us of the roadmap to use technology, artificial intelligence, and to ensure that these new technologies can contribute towards our education system. Now, the next speaker will be Mr. Stephen Caleb Opuni, looking at improving the educational systems. We thank you for your presence, and the floor is now yours.
Sorry, Madam Chair. My name is
لديك 7 دقائق.
My name is Nyashampani.
I'd like you to be aware that you have 7 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So my name is Nyashampani. I'm the project leader for the Data for Governance Alliance project at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation based in Cape Town. We're a project that seeks to advance the use of data around issues to do with Agenda 2063. So I'm going to speak on utilizing data and analytics to improve educational outcomes. Why is it important, given the fact that the AU theme for this year focuses on education? So for someone who comes from a background where we eat, we drink, we smell, and we sleep data, one thing that I would want to emphasize that data is very important in education is it makes our efforts to address the challenges in the education sector compelling and relevant to policymakers. Our Honorable President, when he gave his speech, I think he highlighted some different statistics on different issues to do with education, and that then buttresses some of the points to paint a picture on where do we stand as a continent when it comes to education. So, for example, when we state that 20% of rural zones lack nearby schools compared to 12% of urban zones, this actually provides a clear, persuasive case for the need to address issues related to the proximity of schools, understanding contextual data such as economic disparities, government performance, and access to education, helps tailor solutions or advocacy around issues to do with education. So we strongly believe that if we are to create an Africa that is fit for the 21st century, then our strategies in dealing with problems surrounding our education, then our strategies, they need to be rooted in empirical evidence or in data, and all our strategies should be data-driven. For the purposes of this research, I would want to highlight to you what data can be able what picture can data be able to paint when it comes to issues of educational attainment in Africa, disparities in education, access to education, interaction within public schools, government performance and public perception on education. So when it comes to the to educational attainment in Africa, I would want you to project slide number 2. So slide number 2 from the data that we collect as Afrobarometer shows that on an average, 55% of adults in 39 African countries have secondary education, while it's 37% have got post-secondary education. When you aggregate it by country, slide number 3, you'd find that countries like Gabon, they stand on 41% in terms of educational attainment, Seychelles 39%, whereas countries like Niger are sitting on 4% and Malawi is sitting on 4% when it comes to educational attainments. Then when you want to look at the disparities in terms of education, focusing on age gender gaps, economic disparities, urban versus rural divide. You'd find that by age, younger Africans, that's slide number 5, younger Africans who are 18 to 35 years, they've got higher educational attainment of 65%, of them having some secondary education, compared to 35% among those above 55. Going when it comes to gender gaps, you'd find that women are less likely to have secondary or post-secondary education. That is 51% compared to men, 59%. And this, we've got different reasons that then tries to explain why women are lagging behind than men. On economic disparities, you'd find that the economy has also got an impact in terms of our education. The poorest respondents that we have did interview, they highlighted that they lack formal schooling, 25% of them, compared to the wealthiest, only 7%, they said they lack formal education. And then 11% and 37% of them, or of the both categories, they say they lack post-secondary qualifications. When you then try to look at it when it comes to urban and rural divide, you'd find that 27% of rural residents, they lack formal schooling compared to 9% in urban areas. So rural areas are also less likely to have post-secondary education because of the different factors that do affect our educational system. Then when it comes to access to education, slide number 7, you'd find that on average across 39 countries, almost half, 48% of adults, they say school-age children who are not in school, they are somewhat frequent or very frequent a problem in their community. Because they are not going to school, they have become a problem to the community. And this is what our data indicates. Coming to proximity to schools, our data also shows that access to education generally requires access to a school. And on average of the 39 countries that we surveyed, Afrobarometer enumerators found that 83% of the enumerated areas they visited had at least one public or private school within easy walking distance. No nearby schools were found in 20% of rural zones and 12% of urban areas. Trying to paint a picture that we need to do something when it comes to our rural schools. Interaction with public schools, slide number 9, 10, and 11. You'd find when it comes to contact and accessibility, 1/3, which is 34% of our respondents, said they contact with the public school. When it comes to ease of obtaining services, obtaining educational services, among the respondents that we did ask, we had contact with public schools, only 74% saying they found it very easy to find educational services, others also saying it was very easy. A very now interesting thing is that there are other people who are paying money for them to be able to get education, as in paying to be able to get into a certain school through brown envelopes. So when it comes to corruption, even so a significant share of the population report having to pay a bribe or give a gift or do favor for teachers or other school officials to obtain educational service they needed, citing that in some instances, people are now tending to pay a bribe to be able to get a basic good, which is education. And then when it comes to government performance and public perception, we're then trying to ask our respondents, how do they think their governments, how do they rate their government when it comes to issues to do with education? There is overall satisfaction amongst different African respondents who personally say an average of 39 of the 39 countries that we surveyed, we surveyed 46% of them, they think the government is performing fairly well or very well on education, while it's 52% they give their leaders poor marks. Assessments are overwhelmingly favorable in some countries like Zambia, 82%, Tanzania, 82%, and Sierra Leone, 75%. And then when it comes, they say they're fairly satisfied or very satisfied with their government's efforts to minimize the disruptions that were brought by COVID-19. So having cited some of these issues, these are some of the recommendations in terms of proving educational outcomes that we can be able to come up with if we use data. So with the above data, it is clear that we can utilize data and analytics to improve educational outcomes, as data is highlighted areas that need attention to ensure that we build resilient educational systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning. From the data, we are able to see that we are able to see areas where we need targeted interventions. We need to address gender and economic disparities by implementing policies that then support women and the poorest populations. Infrastructure investment, we need to increase investment in rural education and make sure that we provide good infrastructure in our rural schools. We also need to come up with anti-corruption measures so that we strengthen anti-corruption measures in the education sector to ensure that fair and equitable access to such a service is not hampered by corruption. We can also be able to use data to continuously monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of educational policies and programs, adapting strategies as needed based on our findings. So in conclusion, I just want to urge stakeholders to embrace data and analytics for better decision-making and policy formulation, and also encourage collaboration among governments, NGOs, and educational institutions to leverage on data for improving educational outcomes. But above all, it is important that if we are to build a resilient education system, we need to ensure that we restore dignity and respect to the life-changing career of a teacher. Thank you.
شكرا لك جزيلا.
I thank you very much. I thank you for Mr. Niash Mpani for sticking to the time, and now we move straight forward to Dr. Jatis Alfred Avetigan from the University of Cape Town. We're waiting for him, and would like to thank the presenter for the comprehensive presentation and for diagnosing the problems which are faced by the sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Nyasha Mpani. Dr. Justice, if you are ready and if you're hearing us, you will have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Your Excellency President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Vice President, the Chair of the Committee, Madam Clerk, and honorable members of Parliament, may I ride on the protocol that has already been observed, so that maybe I can try to do my presentation in the prescribed time frame. My name is Justice Mavedzenge. I teach constitutional law at the University of Cape Town. I am very honored to be here. I think this is my third or fourth opportunity to support the work that the PAP is doing. And I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency, the President, for the wonderful work that you are doing. I think the theme, I would like to start from, because Your Excellency, you also took a lot of stuff from my presentation. So I had to change a lot of things when you gave your opening remarks. That's how brilliant it was. So I would like to start from the premise that the theme for this year for the AU talks about preparing an African who is fit for the 21st century. So the question is, what kind of an African is fit for the 21st century? And I think that is the question that we need to grapple together with. And hopefully in my presentation, I can be able to provide an answer to some of those. But the key question is, what are the attributes of an African who is fit for the 21st century? Because even the 21st century of 2024 is very different from the 21st century of 2020. So this question is a question that has to remain on our minds almost every year. So I hope it's not just a theme for this year, but it's a question that we'll also be grappling with next year to say, how do we prepare an African to be fit for the century, given that this century that we are in is so dynamic and keeps changing almost every day? And I will show you in a minute what I mean. In my view, education plays a key role in preparing an African to be fit for the 21st century, which means the nature of the education that we provide in preparing the African to be fit for 21st century must be one that is based on the needs of the 21st century. So in my view, I wrote here something before I go into my presentation that in order to be fit for the 21st century, an African must be able to actively participate in contemporary technological innovations. You need to be aware of artificial intelligence, and you need to be aware of how to leverage artificial intelligence. But you also need to be able to innovate on existing technology so that Africa stops being a consumer of technology, but also becomes a manufacturer of technology. Then you can say you are fit for the 21st century. The second is that the African must strategically position himself or herself to participate in the reshaping of the geopolitical relations and the creation of a new world order based on equality. The world is changing. The war in Ukraine must be telling you something. What is happening between Israel and Palestine right now should be telling you something. The decisions of the ICJ should be telling you something, that the world is going through a transition. There is reordering of the way the world is structured and the balance of powers. So an African must be someone who is able to comprehend that. In other words, the knowledge that we obtained when some of us went to grade 1, where we used to know the United States of America, no offense to the Americans, but we were told, and I think it was a fact back then, that the United States of America was the superpower. But that has changed. That has changed. So you need an African who is conscious of those things, but who is also able to position himself or herself to be an equal participant in this process of reordering the world, the way the world is structured. Then lastly, the African must be able to actively participate in the global economy. Everything that we are saying here does not make sense until we put it in, we reduce it to dollars and cents, right? Or rather, maybe until we find our own currencies as Africans, we'll make reference to that. But for now, we're using the dollar. So we say the dollar and cents. So the global economy is something that we must pay attention to. Now, that might suggest, honorable members of parliament, that we need to pitch our conversations on education at a very high level. Because the problems that we are trying to respond to, the problems that we are trying to equip the African to grapple with or to deal with are very complex problems. That is what I've just said might suggest. But I would like to say to you, we actually need to go back to the basics. So it's very important, I think, and I support everything that has been said about teaching our children to understand how nuclear works and teaching our children to understand how robotics works and so forth. But I hope that when we say our children, we are also remembering that our children are not just those that are biologically related to us, but the children of men and women that we represent here, the poor, in our villages, in our communities. And that's where I want to go back to with my presentation, to say what are the barriers to education, which then could undermine our desire, our quest as a continent to position an African to be able to address and deal with the complex challenges that I presented earlier on. Can you help me move fast on the slides? So the first thing that I would like us to understand is that it's very, I think I like the conversations that have been taking place here, looking at education from different perspectives and so forth. But I would like us not to lose sight of one thing, honorable members, that education is a human right. It's not a luxury. It's not something that is a privilege. It is a human right. It is a human right that we have recognized as a continent under the African Charter. I'm not even talking about the global instruments. I'm talking about our own regional law. We have agreed in Article 17 that access to education is a human right. Let's move to the next slide. So it's very important for us to understand that. Because when we understand that education is a right, then it means that when we as legislators in our domestic jurisdictions and even at a continental level, as such as this one, we understand that we actually have an obligation. We have no choice. We have an obligation. What do these obligations look like? So we have an obligation to make sure that our states, which are the governments that we represent, respect the right to education, including the duties to ensure that quality education is available and accessible. The two critical terms are available and accessible. Okay, let's move to the next slide. I mean, the rest it's just a refresher. Now, I think it's important to acknowledge that even though we have barriers, we have challenges that we face as a continent, but we must take pride in the fact that there has been some progress. And I think from the first speaker here up to my brother Nyasha, there has been acknowledgement of some progress that has been made. And I think one of the points of progress is that primary school attendance has been made compulsory in about 34 countries. So in other words, parents have no choice but to ensure that their children attend primary school education. And I think that is a step in the right direction. But we still have challenges. I don't have to talk much about this one because the president, His Excellency the President, actually touched on that at the beginning of this workshop. But no, please go back. But I wanted to highlight that compared to other regions of the world, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest rate of education exclusion, with 60% of the youth out of school. Right. So that's how we compare to other regions in the world. And I hope you understand what that means when 60% of the youth are out of school. What that means in terms of crime. What that means in terms of poverty. Right? Let's move to the next slide, comrade. Yes. Let's move to the next slide since I have 1 minute. I just want to highlight problems. So, can I have 2, please? Can I have 2 minutes? Thank you. I just want to highlight a few issues. So, unaffordability. Education is supposed to be accessible to all, regardless of your social or economic class. But we have problems because a recent UNESCO study has revealed that more than half of the world's children, the world's children who are out of school are in Africa, while 1/3 of adolescents of lower secondary age are not in school. And it is estimated that 9 million girls on the continent and 6 million boys are unlikely ever to attend school if we maintain the current tuition fees requirements. So we have about 9 million, 6 million people who will most likely never be able to get to school. Let's move to the next slide. So that slide, those are not all the countries in Africa, but it shows you the number of young people who are outside of school per each country. I just took a sample of countries. Right, let's move on. Then we of course have a high student-teacher ratio, right? The recommended student-teacher ratio is one teacher is supposed to take care of not more than 20 learners. But there are more than 50 students per class in primary schools in a third of countries in Africa. Let's move to the next slide. I think we will have a okay. Then the other one is, in order to have access to education, you need to have access to supporting services, including sanitation. So this is how these things go hand in hand. You can't expect learners to have effective education when they are learning in schools where there is no sanitation, right? So recent studies, they found that 1 in every 3 primary schools do not have toilets. Toilets are just one element of sanitation, by the way. Let's move to the next slide. I'm almost done.
In order for me to be equitable with other presenters, I will give you just 2 minutes more.
And then this is the last one.
Quick.
Yeah. So, of course, there are a lot of other things that I didn't talk about, like violence in schools. And the presentation, I think, will be available with the staff of the parliament. So, it is important to focus on nuclear. It is important to focus on robotics and all those other things. But let us remember that we have left so many people behind. And we need to go back to the basics. And we need to address the problem of violence, including sexual abuse of students in schools. We need to provide emergency self-support to relief support to parents and guardians who cannot afford to send their children to school. Invest in the procurement and provision of textbooks, recruiting quality teachers, and prioritizing provision of sanitation. Those are basic things that I think by now we would have hoped that we are done with. But I'm sorry to say we have to go back there because that's what data, which Nyasha also presented, is showing us, so that we don't leave anyone behind. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm sorry.
I thank you. I thank you very much, Dr. Justice, for your understanding. We are compelled to stick to time. Dr. Justice, he has talked about several aspects, and he has referred to the criteria which Africa could use in order to keep abreast with the 21st century. And he said that we must be prepared. And he said also that we have to take into consideration artificial intelligence and all other technologies. So we move straight away to other speakers who will join us online and invite Mr. Oboni, who is the ADP, who is responsible for ADP, in order to speak to us about science, mathematics for sustainable development. And would like to kindly request him to be brief in his presentation. You have the floor, sir. Thank you.
هذه هي من أكبر الإشكاليات.
These are issues related to technology. So we are in touch with one of the presenters.
دكتور هل تسمع؟
Dr. Opuni, can you hear us? Dr. Opuni, can you hear us? There seems to be a problem with the sound. We cannot hear the presenter. So could we please confirm that the presenter can hear us and that his microphone is on?
من فضلك إذا أمكنك.
Please, can you just say something so that we can make sure that we can hear you? We cannot hear you properly. Could you please try again? No, the sound is very poor. No.
أظن أن هناك إشكال.
It seems that there is a real technical issue there. So
إذا نعتذر.
So we would like to apologize for this technical issue, and we cannot hear the presenter. We would like to request the participants if we can move to the second session, because with the presenters online, we are facing technical issues. So I would like to invite presenters who are part of the second session, who are present. Please come to the podium. We will leave the debate and the discussion for later on. We will discuss the two sessions together. So the second session is the development of equitable education for sustainable development in Africa. We do apologize to you, Doctor. We cannot hear you, so we will interrupt communication with you, and we would like to invite Madame Mariam Al-Badad from Morocco. If she is present, could she please move to the podium? And also invite Dr. Stanley Mafosa from the Republic of South Africa, who will talk to us about the imperative of implementing inclusive and lifelong education in Africa. And Miss Chido Mbempa from the African Union, and she is the youth envoy. So those who are present here are kindly requested to move and to come forward to the podium to make their presentations. We have also Mr. Nafula Wafola and Miss Letitia Gentle from Saha, and who will talk to us about vocational education as a means of attaining equity and inclusive education for sustainable development in Africa. And Mr. Patrick Ferry, legal practitioner and expert on rights of persons living with disabilities, who will talk to us about strengthening educational infrastructure and support systems for marginalized groups. We would like to make sure that those presenters are present here in the chamber. It seems that the presenters are not present. We have a presenter. We have one presenter. Could they please come forward to the podium in order for you to make your presentations? We will thank you. So could you just please introduce yourselves and give us your names? Yes, we can hear you. Oh.
Is it possible to?
Okay, you can start.
Please.
I proceed.
There seems to be a problem with the sound.
Ceux qui sont présents viennent présenter.
Please, those who are present, could you please come forward and make your presentations?
إذا نعطي الكلمة.
We give the floor to Madam from the South African Institute on International Affairs to talk to us about education for sustainable development. Could you please, Madam, be brief as possible?
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, honorable guests, the Chair, Madam Chair, distinguished guests and presenters. I'm Letitia Gentle and I'm a futurist. I'm here representing CIEFFA, the South African Institute of International Affairs. So a few months ago, we were tasked to look at the future of TVET education systems within South Africa. But bearing in mind that the green hydrogen economy is about to emerge, and one then has to look at how would the TVET education system evolve to meet the needs of the green hydrogen economy. So we looked at this through a futures lens. We looked at a 10-year view, but you can also say that there are no facts about the future. So we cannot predict the future. All we can do is we can look at our actions and we can look at what are we doing differently today so that we can preempt alternative or better outcomes. So as a key, we don't do research on people, we do research with people. So this particular project looked at workshops with 25 participants across the whole TVET industry ecosystem, interviews of over 60 different participants, and that culminated into, call it, action plans for the private sector and the public sector. So just to go through some definitions. So skills planning is a more traditional or quantitative approach in terms of managing supply and demand. And I think we do that relatively okay. In some parts of the continent, we do it well. In other parts, moderately well. But it is your basic bread and butter approach to skills development and skills forecasting. Then we look at skills foresight, which was a process for anticipating future needs. And then we look at skills anticipation, which is the process of acting on skills foresight by building proactive responses for futures intelligence. Lastly, we look at skills governance, which is a process of linking institutional structures, processes, in a way that aid stakeholder interaction. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, is about skills governance. A very simple way to explain skills governance is if you take your phone, your mobile phone, if you like me, you're always looking for the latest app to look at how can you lose weight. So you download an app and then you've got access to more information. That's not skills governance. Skills governance is looking at the whole operating system. So either you've got Android or iOS as an operating system, and that's what skills governance is about. I think quite a few speakers today spoke about leave no one behind, and that came out so strong in all the work that we did. So a critical question that we need to ask is what sort of education will enable young people to create long-term economic well-being for themselves, their families, and their communities. So we look at skills governance in the TVET ecosystem by pioneering systemic innovations for the emerging green hydrogen economy. So this is a new sector that's coming, but we also know that there are problems within the TVET sector, such as skills mismatches. So how do you plan for something that is still coming, that's still out there, it's still on the periphery? So we looked at, You can't change new problems with yesterday's approaches. So we looked at economic well-being, which is a paradigm that moves to beyond job attainment. So economic well-being is a shift from jobs to 4 key components. The first one is dignified work through an economy that works so that you can pay people. The second one is household care, care for persons. We've got females, women looking after the sick and elderly or looking after children who are unable to go to school, but we do not cater for that or cost that into our economy. And that's how women get left behind. A viable environment, which means viable ecosystems such as water, energy, and infrastructure. And lastly, the state infrastructure support, which is resources for the first 3 well-being initiatives that I've said. So this shift moves us to a whole person and a societal well-being for local and planetary flourishing. Persistent challenges like land dynamics and energy democracy necessitate a very progressive approach. And I think we're definitely up for the challenge. So to achieve this meaningful education inclusion demands a departure from a solely prioritizing jobs towards embracing a more comprehensive understanding and broader conceptualization of economic well-being. The adoption of a wellness economy in emerging sectors, such as the green hydrogen economy, holds transformative potential if implemented by national and local governments. So we transition from a traditional growth-focused economy to a well-being economy is crucial in the context of production and trade. So how do we do this, you might ask? I've positioned this talk to be very action-focused. So I'll go through some very key points that can be implemented today or immediately rather. So one is to respecting planetary boundaries and thriving for zero harm necessitates proactive engagement in ecosystem regeneration, incentivizing the private sector to adopt circular economy principles and to adopt a cradle-to-cradle approach in product design and production purposes, and to repurpose waste and expand on current opportunities. Secondly, government incentives and support are vital to encourage regenerative behaviors and ensure that the true cost of use, in some cases abuse of natural resources, such as dumping waste into our oceans and skies. So I think the previous speaker who sat in this chair spoke about multinationals who are not necessarily being charged or costed out in the correct way. And we need to start looking at ways of costing environmental degradation within our prices. It must be priced in such a way that reflects the real cost to the public sector, communities, and future generations. Communities need to be included in decisions so that that impact their lives and their livelihoods. This means that in places where democracy is evident, we need to weave more threads of deliberate democracy. We need to enable citizens to discuss and reflect together to enable greater good. So we always talk about, these unemployed youth, or 60% of our youth are unemployed. Where are they? We can use them better. We need to bring them closer, and they need to reflect and be able to do good, like more than just violence and crime. A more deliberate approach is to cater for participatory budgeting, allowing citizens to influence the direction and spend of all these issues. We must allow for more diverse voices. We must create a change in the balance of power and represent a profound rebalancing of voices and interests that extend beyond elites. There's work to be done. One approach is to formulate targets that align with societal and ecological well-being to measure the holistic measures of progress. We need to move beyond GDP as a primary method to record growth. Africa's got so much potential, but that growth is not recorded and reflected in ways that it should be. So a quick way to move beyond GDP is to look at, well, what makes up healthy growth and what makes up unhealthy forms of growth, and look at how one can measure that in a way that you reposition from unhealthy to healthy growth. Privatization of human and planetary well-being over consumption expansion. There's also broadened the distribution of economic decisions and ownership of assets. This will require the private sector to design business models that prioritize distribution over extraction. Key policies to support this includes preferential procurement, choices, tax incentives, legal support, well-being adjusted reporting, and requirements. I plan to discuss 4 themes, but I'll just quickly touch on the second theme and then I'll wrap up. So if one looks at the TVET value net, if you look at all the different actors within the TVET education system, we're very quick to identify who plays what role, but the key is to examine the relationship between the partners and the beneficiaries, aiming to achieve a balance between supply and suitably qualified skilled workers. This interaction creates new demands for skills. So there are structures in place, we just need to mine it better. Innovation hubs, we found that to be quite key, and also linked to TVET institutions play a key role in exploring new educational systems and approaches, such as AI, and understanding the impact on current and future work dynamics. So just to give a very small story, is that previously, I think in the opening this morning, the speaker spoke about all the textbooks are based on Western content, and where's the place for African contributions or for Africa to engage in that? And we've picked that up looking at incubators or innovation hubs to bring in African knowledge and then use that and infuse that into the curriculum. A key example there was listed as within KZN, within the December-January period when it's very, very wet. If one looks at the African calendar, then that's the time when you don't traditionally go out. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا السيدة ليتيتيا. أعتذر منك. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Letitia. The time does not allow us to prolong the interventions. I thank you for your valuable intervention and for all the information and the recommendation and also to stressing that this is a mean to achieve equality in education. And I now pass the word to Ms. Shiva Memba to speak in her intervention about enabling the youth through the TVET and entrepreneurship. And I would like also to ask that just to respect the 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our excellencies, members of the Pan-African Parliament, and all distinguished guests. It's such an honor and privilege to be here today, but also to represent the voices of our African youth in my capacity as a Special Envoy on Youth to the African Union Chairperson, where I have the privilege to represent this constituency as the youngest diplomat in the cabinet. Now, speaking on the topic that we're addressing here today, I would like to just briefly speak around what young people have done to advocate for the African Union theme of the year. 2 years ago, when I got appointed by His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, I, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, I embarked on a listening tour across Africa because I thought it's very important and crucial that if I'm going to represent young people at the decision-making table, it should be based on what African youth want and based on what I see on the ground and the challenges they are faced with. Now, on this listening tour that I embarked on, I visited various communities, and to give a specific example, in Abuja, Nigeria. I visited a Kudu district, which is a community where I met with young people that had been affected by the consequences of COVID-19, but we're now embarking in peer-to-peer learning, to name a few. We also embarked on a survey just to hear from African youth what are their specific needs. Education was top and number one as a priority for the African youth. And now leading on to that, we got together with young people, the civil society, young policy makers and policy leaders to come up with the African Union Youth Manifesto on Education that I had an opportunity to present to Africa Head of States on the sidelines of the United Nations Transforming Education Summit. Now, you can find this Youth Manifesto on the African Union website, but it also speaks into TVET, education and vocational learning, being very crucial for young people. We also took that opportunity to advocate further for the theme of the year of the African Union to be based on education. And we're happy to see that 2 years down the line in 2024, that indeed the theme of the year of the African Union is focusing on education. Now, having said that, I would also like to emphasize that the demographic that we have on our continent, the majority are young people. So whatever solutions we're going to speak about today, we should realize that the target that we're looking at are the young people themselves. This demographic dividend can only be realized if we equip our young people with the right skills, knowledge, and opportunities to thrive in a rapidly changing global landscape. Article 13 of the African Union Youth Charter speaks specifically on education and skills development for African youth. But for the sake of time, I will not get into detail of that. I'll just urge you to look up the Africa Youth Charter and look specifically within this article, where we're still lobbying and advocating for member states of the African Union to sign onto the Youth Charter, as currently we still have 13 member states that have not signed onto this Youth Charter. Now, having said that, regarding vocational education as a solution, at the present moment in this context, vocational education emerges as a powerful tool for addressing challenges and creating more equitable and inclusive learning opportunities. Some of the key contributions to this include bridging the skills gap. One of the most pressing issues facing our continent is a mismatch between the skills of our education systems, what they produce, and what's demanded by the labor market. And this skills gap contributes to high youth unemployment rates and also hinders economic growth. Now, specifically speaking about how we have responded in my capacity as the African Union Youth Envoy, where we recently launched a campaign on digital innovation, the Make Africa Digital campaign, MAD campaign, which we have since taken to 6 African member states and has had an impact for over 500 young people. Now, this campaign, in partnership with Google and the Africa Import-Export Bank, AfriZim, aims to address the gap and looks at providing youth with the key 21st century digital and entrepreneurial skills. In just 6 months, we have made that impact for young people and hope to continue by looking at other member states we can work with. We're also putting together a policy brief that looks at the role of young people in artificial intelligence and sustainable development on the continent, which we're yet to present at the upcoming UN Summit of the Future. Now, because of time, I think I'll just go straight into the challenges of implementing vocational education briefly. And some of these challenges are insufficient infrastructure and resources in many vocational institutions. We also see limited recognition and social prestige associated with vocational qualifications, inadequate linkages between vocational education providers and the industry. Last but not least, the need for continuous updating of curriculums to keep pace with technological advancements. Barriers to access for marginalized groups is also very important and crucial, including financial constraints and geographic inclusion. I'd also like to leave this with a call to action to our policy makers and our policy leaders, specifically focusing on how we need to increase investment in vocational education infrastructure, especially in underdeserved areas and communities. In addition, development of national qualification frameworks that recognize and value vocational qualifications. Strengthening partnerships between vocational institutions and industries is also very important. Integration of digital skills and emerging technologies across all vocational curriculums. In addition, implementation of targeted programs to increase access for the marginalized communities and establishing robust quality assurance mechanisms. Vocational education represents a powerful tool for achieving equity, inclusion, and sustainable development for the Africa that we want for young people across Africa. I thank you for giving me the floor.
شكرا جزيلا السيد.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shidon Bimba, for briefing, and I also would like to salute you as an African youth that holds that beacon and engage into uplifting or alleviating eradicating the challenges that is faced by the education and the TVET and also entrepreneurship. These challenges that is demonstrated in many fields, as you said, infrastructure and financial resources and skills development. Thank you so much for this intervention, for this valuable intervention, and we directly go to Dr. Stanley Mafosa from the Republic of South Africa, who will talk about implementing the inclusive and lifelong education in Africa.
President, members of the Bureau, honorable members of Parliament, the Secretariat, and the distinguished guests, I would like to share my experience of over 20 years working with the 4 organizations: World Vision, within the continent, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Academy of Science of South Africa, and currently working with the University of Zululand, teaching development studies. The University of Zululand is also called the node of African thought, and therefore parliamentarians under this umbrella we have a partner in the University of Zululand to champion the issues that you are dealing with here. My topic of discussion is about the imperative of inclusive and long learning education. And this word is very critical to say this theme is imperative. That simply means it is vitally important, it is commanding, it is crucial. There are no two ways about it. It must be done, and it must be done now. And the imperative nature of inclusive education simply says that those that are in the rural areas and in the urban areas must access, must also receive, quality and relevant education, male and female. The same applies to them, young and old, as my sister has been talking about the youth right now, the rich and the poor, the black and the white, the abled and the disabled, the informal and the formal. In other words, no one should be left behind when it comes to education. And I present just 4 challenges and then a few recommendations. The first thing that really challenges inclusive education from our observation and learning in the communities where we have worked, number 1, is barriers that are related to disability. A lot of people do not understand disability. In its various forms and shapes, disability has been left behind. And I had one member from Eswatini talking about that. Thank you very much for that. So members of this august house must understand and ensure that disability is included in all educational initiatives. The second thing that is critical, that is a barrier, is poverty. Poverty is so much in the continent such that inclusive development is a challenge as a result of poverty. Cultural factors are also an issue. When we work in communities, we still find communities that say a boy is better than a girl. We still find communities that really have cultural practices and tendencies that makes it very difficult for some people to access education. I have no time to elaborate on all of them, but culture is still a challenge within the continent. The fourth one is the training and the capacity of teachers that has already been said. It is surprising that some teachers that set a test, when they are given that same test themselves, they fail it when they have set it for the children. And that must be looked at very, very critically. Chair, I conclude by a few strategies that I highlight for the recommendation. The first one is that policy framework must be in place. And as we're sitting here, there are various frameworks that we have learned, protocols that we have learned this morning. They must not only be ratified, but domesticated. They must not only be domesticated, they must be funded and financed. They must be also capacitated with and resourced with people that will implement those particular frameworks. Secondly, infrastructure development. Infrastructure must be in place to accommodate everyone. It is surprising that in some schools, there is not even a ramp for disabled to walk into as they go into class. You know, braille and all other material that is supposed to be there. Teacher training, number 3, must be improved. And teachers, as I've indicated, must be trained to interpret the curriculum properly. And number 4, curriculum adaptation. You would know in South Africa, during our roads must fall and fees must fall, we have been talking about what we call decolonization of the curriculum. This curriculum must be looked at. It is very, very colonial in nature. And number 5, community engagement. Communities must be engaged. Everyone in the community must be part of the education. There's no one who's too old for education or too young for education. ITC integration, we are in the technology space and time, and we cannot go back from that. We must be able to embrace technology in all its shapes and sizes. But also number 7, collaboration and resource allocation, partnerships plus partnerships, resource allocation. We cannot only look to the north, for funding from development agencies. One day, if they decide they are not going to fund us, what will we do? We need to get funding from ourselves and from among ourselves. And lastly, but not least, Chair, robust monitoring and evaluation. If we say we are implementing policies and activities and things, but we are not monitoring, we are not measuring the targets as well as the impact, is as good as we are doing nothing. So we must measure. What we don't measure cannot be done, and what we do without measuring is just a joke. Thank you so much.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your intervention, and that it came as like a set of recommendations. I renew my thanking to you and your valuable intervention. And that was interrelated, and you stated that there should be a framework and domesticated and funded, and also provide infrastructure for people with disabilities to realize the right of education. And also there are a number of recommendations that is all aimed at uplifting the education in Africa through TVET. Also, thank you very much, all of you, and we apologize for the technical glitches that it was unintended, and we couldn't listen to the virtual interventions. I think if Mr. Gali.
أعتذر هناك
I'm sorry, there is an update. Mr. Gali has told me that Mr. Patrick Philly is here in the chamber, and we are not going to deprive him the right to talk. He is going to talk about enhancing the education infrastructure and education systems in the marginalized groups, and he is an expert in the rights of people with disabilities, and I hope his intervention would be briefed if possible. Mr. Patrick Philly.
Good afternoon, honorable members and invited guests. I see that people are looking serious this afternoon. I'm just wondering if it's allowed to say a joke in the house or it will be unparliamentary. Okay, so the good thing with having your presentation reduced is that you can just pick the issues that you want to talk about, but also you can just talk about the introduction, and by the time you are finishing, your time is up, and people will think that you had something relevant to say. So what I'll do this afternoon is just to talk a little bit about the plight of the marginalized students on the continent. So first things first, when we are talking of a marginalization, it's related to social stratification. Basically, you heard the previous speaker that they have denied opportunities to the have-nots. And just to say that UNESCO defines that this is actually part of the fabric of our society. It's embedded in the social and cultural structure. So it's not easy to deal with marginalization. But we should also be mindful that there is no exhaustive list to marginalization. And new forms of marginalization will always be coming up. You might be the privileged today. Tomorrow, you die, your kids become the marginalized. So what is important is for the state to keep on monitoring the plight of those that are being left out by our education systems. Also, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the support systems, because I'm talking about infrastructure and support systems. So when we are looking at support systems, mistake should not be made to look at support system as just the classroom support. It also goes to the community support. I'll give you an example from Malawi. That few years ago, during former President Peter Mutharika's time, a district that was seen as not performing, Palombe district, was producing more students going to secondary schools and more students going to universities. Some people reported the district to the ombudsperson to investigate because they thought maybe the former president was influencing on the selection list, only to find out that communities surrounding that district were actually going and cultivating in the farms of teachers to motivate them so that they are able to concentrate on teaching their children. I'm just giving that as an example to show you that community support is as important as the classroom support that is provided to students. Previous speaker has already talked about the barriers to education. With your permission, I'd like to adopt all the barriers that he has mentioned about. Suffice just to add a few. When we are looking at the issue of legal, policy, and pragmatic barriers, I want to emphasize three important things. Our laws and policies have neglected the provision of early childhood education. Early childhood education is very important because it sets you, gives you the tools you need when you are going to primary school. So if you have a poor foundation at the early childhood education,
it means your future is actually going to be challenging. The budgets, actually in Africa, is only 1.8% of education budgets that is allocated to child education, because majority of that education is provided by non-state actors. Over only 33% is provided by the government. So the globally accepted recommendation is that at least your education budget, 10% of that should actually go towards early child education. The second thing I want to talk on is the centralized policies. We talk of the need for decentralization. The same goes true for education. There's no one-size-fits-all when you are implementing strategies for the marginalized students. And it has been argued that those that are within that locality are best placed to know the needs of that community. So we need to decentralize the provision of education. Just to say that actually the decentralization should go actually to even the budget decentralization. I'll give you an example that the developed countries, they actually provide over between 25 and 40% of their national budgets to local government authorities. In Africa, it's less than 5%. So there's a need for us to do more. Lastly, let me talk about the issue of inclusive education. So inclusive education is also neglected in our laws. Actually, it is said that only 10% of countries in Africa have laws that provide for full inclusion in education. The reason is the focus has been on inclusion in respect of persons with disability. But as previous speakers have pointed out, inclusion is all students coming together and learning within the same setup. So there is also a need for us to be committed to that. I just wanted to say that previous speakers talked about that education is a right. So when we are implementing or strengthening structures for the marginalized students, we need to have a human rights-based approach. So I need to emphasize that when I'm talking of a human-based rights approach, it's easier for us to talk of equality. But what we need is more than just equality, but transformative equality. Mindset should change. The attitudes that are affecting the marginalized students from accessing education should be changed. But it also has been actually identified, as I said earlier, that marginalization is part of the fabric of our society, and it's not easy to uproot it. So the people have realized that sometimes, even if you can do anything in your laws, but if you don't take steps to take affirmative action, what is also known as positive discrimination, we cannot achieve access to education for the marginalized. This looks like an easy thing, but I'll tell you, I've seen my Malawi honorables are here. This was a big issue in Malawi between 2009 to until 2020, when the current government abolished what was known as quota system. People went to town on the president then to say, you are doing this to favor your tribe, and you are actually segregating against a certain tribe that is recognized as being intelligent and brilliant. But despite that was improperly implemented, what remains true is, if we properly implemented, affirmative action can provide access to the marginalized in our society. All you need is for you, as demanded by international human rights law, to provide that in your laws. In Malawi, we did not provide that by law. So there's no guidelines that has come from Africa on affirmative action in education. I've seen the Continental education strategy for Africa. They don't talk anything about affirmative action and positive discrimination. My call to you as parliamentarians, is this something that you can help the African continent? can you come up with guidelines on how countries can implement affirmative action in access to education? Thank you so much.
شكرا جزيلا سيد باتريك فيري الممارس القانوني والخبير في حقوق.
Thank you very much for this brilliant expose. You have mentioned and spoken about the situation and the manner in which it bedevils a number of African countries. And you've made extremely useful recommendations. And Madam has just joined us, so let me invite her to come over. Well, because she came in a bit late. So please join the high table.
Your Excellencies, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Nafula Wafula, and I would just like to say there is nothing as unfortunate as a person making a presentation at the end of a very long day. So I will not be making a presentation. I will just give some input because my sister, the AU envoy, has already spoken about much, that I wanted to speak about. So what I'll add is this. I think youth unemployment is a crisis in Africa right now. It's a crisis. We have 420 million young people, and out of that number, a third are unemployed. And not only are they unemployed, they are discouraged. A third are vulnerably employed, and only 1 in 6 are in wage employment. Now, it would be amiss of me not to connect this crisis to the crisis currently unfolding in my country, Kenya, where tens of young people have died, more than 100 are in hospitals, and we had peaceful protests that eventually spiraled into sporadic situations, where violence occurred and the destruction of private and public property. This would not have happened if young people did not feel disfranchised and if young people felt like they had hope. And one of their key concerns was unemployment, because then they do not have a dignified life. So there is a massive opportunity here for us to use TVET to address unemployment. And we've seen case studies. I think one of the honorable members from Mauritius shared something, but we've seen case studies from outside Africa like Germany, Switzerland, South Korea, and Singapore, where I'm sure even with just a little bit of research, we can be able to see that, massive case studies exist that show that TVET might be the solution to utilizing the asset, not problem, note my words, the asset that is the youth bulge in Africa. So it's important for us to acknowledge, one, that the TVET situation in Africa is unique. We are not only speaking about formal TVET institutions, we are speaking about an informality as well. Many young people are undereducated. We also have many young people that are educated, but we have many young people that are gaining access to skills through apprenticeships and through methods that are not really formalized. So how do we factor that in when we think about creating policies, when we think about certification of skills and ensuring that these young people are able to also earn a wage? Number two, there is a low prestige and unattractiveness of TVET. My little brother is very skilled with his hands. And I remember the day he told my father he doesn't want to go to university. My father could not believe it. That is the day he would have ceased to be his son. But the truth is, we continue to look at TVET as something that is only for young people that have failed, or young people who cannot afford university education. So we need to change that perception. Gender-based inequality, the feminization of courses, the belief that young women should only do courses around cooking and sewing and tailoring, while young men do mechanics. and technological courses within TVET. That needs to change as well because it creates stereotypes and disparities that lead to inequality and ensure that young women do not access the same opportunities. So my key recommendations here would be, one, the AU-TVET strategy was very informative to me as I was preparing for this. It needs to be implemented in its entirety. They speak about a paradigm shift in how we look at TVETs and looking at young people who go through TVETs as creators of jobs as opposed to people that we are trying to create jobs for. So we need to really implement this strategy in its entirety. Two, address gender stereotypes and disparities, address rural and urban disparities as well, take advantage of sustainable developments as well to incorporate issues like the blue economy, the circular economy, even as we create policies for young people, change perceptions of people by promoting TVET image at national and continental level. And last but not least, I think it's important for us to promote and incorporate entrepreneurship. So at the end of the day, these young people truly become the solution or play a role in solving the unemployment issue in our continent today. Thank you, much appreciated.
شكرا جزيلا سيدة نافولا.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you for this brilliant contribution. All of these contributions today were varied with a wealth of information, and we all want to find solutions in order to move education in Africa forward. This education in Africa, which is facing issues, challenges, crises, and that demands efforts, policy efforts, infrastructure, which is a main challenge today, and we must support technological development. We must mainstream it as well. I would like to thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank all of the speakers for sharing everything that you prepared with us in the interest of education in Africa. Knowing that education in Africa is a crucial issue for the AU. It is this session's main topic. So now I would like to open the floor. MPs in the chamber, you have the floor. Please be brief. I'm not going to be fair. I'll be unfair and just allocate 2 minutes to each speaker so that there's no repetition. Please introduce yourselves. When you take the floor, be short and concise in your questions. I have been told that only 5 speakers can have the floor. Let's start with Tunisia. First, Tunisia, then second, Benin. Please keep to the allocated time. We'll have 5 speakers in all. Or 7? 7 people are asking for the floor. We'll actually have to limit the number of speakers to 5. Only 5 speakers. A lady, a gentleman, a lady, and then a gentleman. So we have 2 speakers. Let's have a lady now. We had 2 men, 1 lady. You already spoke this morning. So let me be fair and equitable. A lady, a gentleman. So we'll have Tunisia, then Benin. Third will be you. Fourth, the gentleman in the back. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the President of the Parliament. I'd like to greet the Vice Presidents, the colleagues, all of our colleagues coming from all corners of Africa. I'd like to thank the speakers, presenters, experts, and guests. First of all, let me convey the warm and brotherly greetings of your MP colleagues in Tunisia. Tunisia was absent for many years from these premises. However, we always shared our vision. Our vision is one of a new Tunisia, and we belong to this African family. Dear colleagues, when we speak of the education issue in Africa, we have to find a collective response or answer to one question. First of all, what are the issues or challenges pertaining to our educational systems? How can we mitigate these issues? What would be the more appropriate education system in Africa? We want to create an African person. As far as strategy, we have to admit that education is essential, but after many decades since independence in Africa, the continent is still plagued with illiteracy. Our educational systems remain lacking because of this exploitation imposed upon us. The educational system is vertical, it's authoritarian even. There's this authoritative relationship between the student and the teacher, lecturer. So young Africans are not abreast with, young Africans, are not in touch with their humanity. They are not in touch with the aspirations necessary to get rid of colonialism. So the chairperson is telling me to be short. We have to know what are the root causes of all of these problems. Education is a system that requires good organization. Education should be based on critiquing current systems so that we can build the capacity of teachers. We must not protect the vested interests of the colonizers. Well, the chairperson says thank you. Apologies for interrupting you, but you had 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Tunisia. And I wish you a warm welcome in your family in Africa. Those who'd like to answer your questions will be able to. Now we give the floor to Benin. Thank you, and my greetings to all. My name is Coach Chamini King Fagnon. I would like to share with the Pan-African Parliament the experience of Benin. We've reached 75% of funding of school meals, mostly focused on rural areas. It is very important that governments take into account our emergencies. There are so many young people who are trained in general subjects, but we have to focus on vocational and technical training to meet the requirements of development. There should be laws. We have to focus more on educating children at the primary level. We have to also focus more on vocational training. I'd like to say that my country already has put in place affirmative action so that girls can remain in school. We are supporting girls in science and technology. So on the topic of science and technology, I'd like to call your attention on the fact that the African Union, through its bodies, should establish an African labor market. We have to make sure that all of our mining, economic, natural resources potential be taken into account. As you know, technology has not allowed the experts, the technicians, to communicate with us and make us understand. If we have knowledge with no conscience, we are going nowhere. And also we can't focus education only on the STEM, science, technology, mathematics, and forget philosophy, sociology, and psychology. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا السيد نائب على احترامك
Thank you very much for keeping to the allocated time. The third speaker, Madam, you have the floor.
I'm Sbongile Mamba from Eswatini. Thanks for the presentations we have since this morning. We hope even our countries will get some help. The first issue was that what could be the parliamentarians do? One of the strategies was that what I thought is that the policies we have in place don't give a second chance to those who have dropped out. Maybe they've been pregnant. We should have policies that will help those who have to give them a second chance. On the issue of privatization, I thought it has become a way out for the governments to come up with that. They stop paying because they privatize almost everything for the schools, even those in the rural areas, because they want to. They have to replace the people in the rural areas. The private schools should be encouraged to also go to rural places to reduce the students from the classes of the public schools. And another issue is the issue of debt. The repayment of debt in countries has a bigger budget, has been said. But what I feel is that how can we cut down the number of debts in the countries? Because seemingly they are multiplying on daily basis.
شكرا جزيلا سيدة النائبة استوفيتي الدقيقتين.
Thank you. Your time is up. The 2 minutes are up. Thank you. Sir, you have the floor. In the back, you have the floor. 2 minutes, please.
Me to speak on this topic, all protocols observed. I am Epmo Chidziwa from Zimbabwe. My key focus areas are just areas that I think the PAP or the African continent must focus on in order for us to be able to walk the talk around this topic. So the first point is around protecting the African child against drug and substance abuse, because this is one area that have caused so much school dropouts in many African countries. And as a continent, we must focus on this area seriously to see policies that can help us to protect the African child. The issue of the African child must be taken seriously on areas of those who cannot pay their school fees. There should be a policy that makes sure that the African child cannot be chased away from school for not paying school fees. The other area is around the issue of remuneration of teachers and lecturers. If we want to invest this investment to be a worth cause, we must make sure that teachers and lecturers get enough remunerations for them to do the work. The other area that we have to focus on is to make sure that the African child has been educated to be a patriotic African child, so that we don't lose our African students, our African child going to work in other countries leaving Africa. Lastly, I would like to say, educating an African child is investing in the future, and an educated African child makes us all to be proud Africans. Thank you.
شكرا لك على احترامك للتوقيت لمدة.
Thank you for keeping to time. Last speaker.
From Zimbabwe. Mine is a comment to Dr. Lulongwe and Dr. Justice. Investing in education is investing in the future of our continent. We need to prioritize education for sustainable development, not just economic growth. We also need to decolonize our education system and promote African perspectives and knowledge. Dr. Justice, you know many children in Africa still lack access to quality education, particularly in rural areas. So as African, we are supposed to do something and be serious with that. I thank you.
شكرا لك.
Thank you, Honorable, for this comment. I believe that all comments were as proposals, but this doesn't mean that if the honorables want, the speakers have any type of comment, they are most welcome to do it. Do you have a comment on what was said by the floor?
Yes, you are right. Most of them were just contributions and comments, except one that was asking that how do we reduce our debt and how do we manage this excessive borrowing. One of the things that we as parliamentarians should watch in our various countries that will help take the burden of the general public is that if, for example, your country is trying to take a loan to expand an airport, make sure that that airport has a balance sheet to be able to repay the loan without necessarily taking the money from the general purse. In Ghana, we call it smart borrowing. So, for example, for those of you who have passed through our international airport, the Kotoka International Airport, Terminal 3, when that loan was going to be contracted, we decided that the airport show us that you are capable of repaying. And they did. So that loan, they are financing it. We also had a gas pipeline in Ghana that we call it Ghana Gas. That investment that we took from China, we said, no, you are going to be making money out of it. So find a way to find it in your balance book so you pay for it. I'm sure as parliamentarians, if we watch that, there are a lot of the loans that our government take that we can get those agencies to refinance it or to pay it back without necessarily putting it on the general budget. That's one way to reduce the distance. And then secondly, one of the things that we also have to watch is that what kind of loans are we picking? Are they consensual? Are they commercial? Why would you want to take a commercial loan to go and use it for maybe repaying of debts or refinancing something that cannot generate income? If it is a concessional loan that you want to take to finance some of the social services, fine. But if you take commercial loan, make sure that you are putting in an activity that can generate more productivity. So that even if it is on the public budget, it will generate in productivity so it will be able to repay for itself. So I think if we watch that as parliamentarians, because one of the major challenges we have across the continent is that because usually governments have huge majority in parliament, the parliamentarians don't even bother themselves to scrutinize. It's like the government wants it, they have it. They want it, they have it. If you do that, definitely you wake up and then the debt will be virtually suffocating your country. So this is what I would say by way of that. And then there was this last one about school feeding and sanitation facility. I want to caution my colleague from Benin. I know you are doing very well, but Ghana too also have school feeding, and many of the countries across the continent have school feeding. Please, as parliamentarians, let's watch what kind of food are they cooking for the people. Because one of the things that we notice across the continent is that the school feeding is usually given to party apparatchiks. The party apparatchiks are sad that they don't even do it well. Meanwhile, we are paying, and because of that, scarce resources that should be used to construct the classroom, that should be used to provide furniture, because of the corruption that is in the school feeding, it's not being diverted to say that, oh, we are doing school feeding. And you ask yourself, if you don't have a house, will you buy a bed and put it in it? So we need to watch that. And then lastly, on the sanitation.
شكرا سيد مبارك إذا كان أن يمكن أن
Thank you, Mr. Mubarak. Can you please summarize? Now to Mrs. Leticia, she had some answer to some of the comments. Thank you.
I'd like to address the point raised by honourable member from Tunisia. You made the point that we need good organisation in our education system. And I'd like to respond to that by saying that assuming that you can control the environment or the impacts. So I think we live in very uncertain times and in very complex times, and addressing education, be it primary, senior, secondary, is a complex matter to deal with. And therefore one can look at skills governance as an approach. My second point is that policies are good, but sometimes the impact is not as anticipated. So even though you've got very good intentions with the policy, through the implementation, there are sometimes some very unintended consequences. So the focus here is that if we are true to ourselves to say leave no one behind, then we need to also look at safe to fail or safety net type policies to counter the imbalances of education or the education system that we have. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Mrs. Litiana. If do you have any of the speakers to have any comment, because we finalized with the honorables, even of the speakers, if they want to take the floor for any further comment.
One comment, and I think it has something to do with maybe going into the future. I think these conversations, they need more time. I was expecting a discussion, so I didn't get that. So maybe in future we'll have, because when we prepare for the presentations, we spend days, because we are coming here and we are serious. So we're not expecting that we are going to present in 5 minutes and then we go back. Yeah, so maybe next time when you want us to come here and you want us to have a conversation, let's create more time. Yeah.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Indeed, there is a problem in time management because late I am here following the instructions that I had from the organizers. So if we have no more comments, I believe we are going to read the recommendations that the head of the education. The representative of the education is going to read the recommendations for this workshop, and it was very interesting, and I want to thank all the speakers for their important contributions that had a clear African sense in order to promote education, and I believe the topic was chosen in the right way, and I agree with the gentleman. We have to have more discussions, and we hope the Parliament would allow for further discussions in these important themes, and we are waiting for the reading of recommendations.
Honorable Member.
Honourable Members of Parliament, we've come to the conclusion of the presentations and discussions on the 2024 theme. We've heard from the different experts who made presentations. Thanks to the moderation of Honourable Khadija, who was well able in her task. May we applaud the moderator and the presenters for their diligence this afternoon. Thank you, Honourable Khadija. So now we will hear the recommendations that have come out of our work. Following the reading of the recommendations, the chair of the committee will take the floor to say a few words, and this will be followed by the closing of the seminar. This will be by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira. Kindly come forward, Honourable, to share with us the recommendations. Could we indulge him in a few minutes now because the recommendations are being finalized? He'll be here with us in just a moment.
Afternoon. My name is Abdi Samata from Somalia, and I've been asked to read the recommendations that have emanated from this process. And I ask for your indulgence if I make any mistakes, as I haven't had a chance to look at it very carefully yet. Here are the number of things that have been resolved. And number one, to undertake robust awareness creation and advocacy within our member parliaments and speakers' forums on the implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2050 and the education-related targets of the AU Agenda 2063, as well as the Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Participate in evaluation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025 in the development of the successor strategy post-2025. 3, advocate for the allocation of adequate national budget comprising not less than 1% of GDP to finance education, science, technology, and innovation. 4, contribute to the development and implementation of continental policy frameworks on teacher development, learning assessment, and higher education in partnership with the ECTI, Department of the AU, Commission, and other stakeholders. 5, support policies for the strong intra-Africa cooperation and networking between parliamentarians, policymakers, scientists, journalists, and the private sector in advancing education, science, technology, and innovation in Africa. 6, support legislative action for dynamic and sustainable research enterprise capable of translating scientific discoveries into products, services, and processes that are required for socio-economic development. 7, advocate for transformation of the entire education system on the continent while paying special attention to marginalized groups, including girls, children in rural areas, those living with disabilities, and those on the move, including those in fragile countries and contexts. And number 8, regularly request and consider the reports or updates from the AUC, AUDA, NEPAD, regional economic communities, and other partners on the implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025 and the education-related targets of the AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Now, therefore, here are the recommendations, or the 1, to the African Union Commission Department of Education, Science and Technology and Innovation to partner with the Pan-African Parliament, especially the Committee on Education, Tourism, Culture and Human Resources, the member states and other stakeholders to create awareness and advocate for sustained implementation of the Continental Education Strategy 2016 to 2025 and the education-related targets for Africa 2016 to 2025, and the related targets for the AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal number 4. 2, launch and operationalize the African Education, Science and Technology Innovation Fund as a blended financing mechanism for education in Africa. 3, in collaboration with the member states, develop continental policy frameworks on teacher development, learning assessment, and higher education. 4, organize forums for peer-to-peer learning on teacher development, including the implementation of Continental Teacher Award. And 5, develop toolkits for improved STEM education and teaching standards, and collaborate with the member states to ensure their implementation at all levels. To the African Union member states, to do the following. 1, own the vision of and take measures to implement the Continental Education Strategy of the said years and the education-related targets of the AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development number 4. 2, place equity at the heart of education policy to ensure that all children and youth on the continent have access to quality education. 3, allocate adequate budgets comprising not less than 1% of the GDP towards teacher recruitment, training, development of schools, infrastructure, acquisition of learning resources, and 4, enact policy and legislative framework to facilitate competency-based education and training. Number 3, to the national and the regional parliaments of the AU member states to do the following. 1, advocate for education as a tool for attaining all components of development. 2, allocate adequate national budgets comprising no less than 1% of the GDP to financing education, science, technology, and innovation. 3, identify coordination mechanisms with ESTI Department for regular exchange on ESTI programming and advocacy activities. 4, share experiences with other continents and countries on how parliaments could play a key role in promoting education. 4, assume greater responsibility towards sustainable funding and investment on a city in the continent. 6, support policies for strong intra-Africa cooperation and networking between parliamentarians, policymakers, scientists, journalists, and the private sector. And 7, and last, support legislative action for dynamic and sustainable research enterprise capable of translating scientific discoveries into products, services, and processes that are required for socio-economic development. 4, to the regional economic communities to do the following. Promote alignment of regional education frameworks with CESA, CSEA. 2, encourage regional thematic networking to share experiences and complementarities. 3, provide support for member states to monitor and report on the implementation of CESA. And 4, sensitize member states and stakeholders on CESA objectives and facilitate implementation. Number 5, on the overall, to develop partners. Number 1, align support programs with CESA at a continental, regional, and national levels. 2, participate in multi-sectoral committees for CESA and its various theme clusters. 3, support capacity building and mutual learning among member states. 4, support advocacy and communications around agreed priorities. And 5, and last, commit more funding, coordinate across agencies, and explore innovative financing mechanisms on towards education, science, technology, innovation initiatives in Africa. May the Lord help us all. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Tarambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished experts who have come today to be with us and share with us the expertise, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Bureau, the clerk, on behalf of the Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resources Committee, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for your tenacity. We know that education is a major stake for our continent. It is for the benefit of all of us that we have a relevant education system that is able to be resilient in the face of crises and to meet the needs of Africa's development, or Africa's development needs. His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, is with us now, and let me thank him. Your Excellency, thank you. Thank you for being here from this morning right up to this time this evening. You've been with us. This demonstrates your commitment, and it's an example for us all. We are confident that this will be positive for the African youth. Thank you for demonstrating your dedication. Thank you, Your Excellency. I would also like to thank the Vice President. Dr. Gayo was here this morning and did moderate one of our sessions. The third Vice President is not here, but I know was working with you. So I too would like to thank all the Vice Presidents. Thank you to all the experts as well. We heard from the Director of Education from the African Union. He has been with us throughout the day. It's Dauda, I believe. Forgive me if I misrepresented your name. Thank you very much to you, and thank you to your team at the African Union. Thank you to all the experts from all the different institutions who have been here with us. We've been impressed with your presentations. Forgive us for the issue with regard to time. We didn't have sufficient time. I know that you didn't have enough time to go into your presentations and engage with all of us. We will take the necessary steps to ensure that this does not repeat itself in future. This is the year of education, so we will discuss with the chief so that in the next session we'll be able to have a little more time to reflect on the educational needs of our continent. So thank you to you all. When the president of PAP made the introduction this morning, he had proposed that each delegation produce a strategic plan for education, or share with us the strategic plan for education from their countries. And so all the heads of delegation from all the countries, I think it would be good that we do follow this suggestion so that within PAP we can establish a working group which could reflect further in future on this theme of education so that we can make concrete proposals. It's true that we have the professors from the African Union, and we will bear in mind what they've shared with us in terms of documentation and proposals, but we too need to make proposals so that African Union itself can know that we are reflecting and we are working as well, and that we hold this theme close to our hearts. We've heard that there is a fund for peace, and I was talking with the Honorable from Nigeria earlier, and we were saying, why not have a fund for education? We could have high-level institutions that can train our youth. Perhaps we could have a specific country hosting a very high-level institution that would train our youth so that development levels on our continent can increase. Let me end by praying to the Lord that we have peace and health, that we can continue to reflect on the education for our children to have a peaceful and prosperous Africa. Thank you very much.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. I can see your faces. You are still live, very much alive. I will not give a speech. The speech closing has been done already. Mine is to thank you all for being in this chamber, being truthful. As you took your oath, I'll be truthful to the Pan-African Parliament, the AU. Now, when you are not here, you are not being truthful. By being present, you are being truthful to the AU and the oath. Just to say thank you very much for all the good work done today, the communique, or the, what you call it, the recommendations. May I ask, as I thank all the presenters, to leave the chamber. We thank you. And I want to promise from the chair of Bettin, Dr. Bettin, I want to promise the presenters that when we meet next session, we are going to bring back this topic. And we'll see if we can find more time, because we have all agreed it's a very important topic. So let's go back to it and discuss even deeper. So we promise that it's coming back. Plan that in the next session, don't go to New York or to wherever, come to Midland. We ask you to leave. Honorable members, there's one item for members of parliament only, and the staff, of course, who support us. So let's clap for the presenters. Honorable members, we have one more item. Senegal MPs, are you around? Senegal MPs? Okay, good. We have to transact one item. I need to explain that we have a delegation that we could not swear in on Monday, and yesterday we never sat. And if we don't do it today, it means they will have to wait until Monday. They don't belong to any committee, and we thought it would be unfair to do that. We've consulted with everybody. The Rules Committee has sat. It has vetted them. Everybody, the Secretariat has agreed. So we're going to do one item, and I beg your patience to swear in 5 people, 5 honorable members, so that we bring them on board, and when we see they also can come inside, they can also attend the committee meetings. Otherwise, they will just be